না না থ্রি আসবে না, এই যে এটা আছে না, এটা এক লাইন, এটা এক লাইনে হবে আর এটা নিচে আসবে, এদিকে সরিয়ে দাও। হ্যাঁ আর এটা নিচে আসবে, এই ইমেজের নিচে আসবে, আর মাঝখানে করবে, আর এটা মাঝখানে করবে, আটটা ষোলো, হ্যাঁ আটটা ষোলো, ব্যাস। না না আছে এখানে তো, বাকি আর ঠিক আছে,
Hello, 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 check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello, check, check, hello, 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 check, check, hello, hello, check, 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 hello, check, 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 hello, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, 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 check, check, check. देखा नीचे देखा मेरा आड़ा पैसे आड़ा किला चे ये जो केंद्र दबाण लो जो ये जो केंद्र आटा के भी बोला थोड़ा लाओ
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
क्या होगा तो पेज
ঠিক আছে, তাহলে আমি একটু খুলছি, আমি খুলছি এটা একটু, এটা খুলে ঠিক করতে হবে, এমনি নর্মাল দেখানোর জন্য তোমাকে বললাম। খুললাম তো, বললাম দাঁড়া খুলছি একটা কথা। ওটা করে দিচ্ছি। কি হলো, কিছু বলবেন বেশি?
দেখো তো আবার কি আছে 50 আছে, দেখ না কোনো সিগন্যালটা আসবে, দেখো 50 দেখায়, দেখিয়েছে দেখি দেখ তো কত আছে, কত 50 না 60 না কি আছে? এইবার এসছে 50 এসছে, সুইচার মারো, সুইচার দাও।
Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello.
ওই যে মনিটরের পিছনে লাগানো আছে, মনিটরের পিছনে এসডিআরটা খুলে সুইচার দে।
Check. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Check. Hello. Testing 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello.
এসছে
Check. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello.
টেস্টিং করবে।
হ্যালো হ্যালো, ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে।
Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check. Hello, check. Hello. ঠিক আছে। Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. এটা ভালো।
দিদি ওই ছেলেটাকে আবার অফিস থেকে একটা আপ ডাউন কল নিয়ে আসতে।
এটা টিম করে দেন।
আমাদের সুইচার এখানে 50 পি আছে, তো আমাদের 50 আই করতে হবে। আমি যা এখানে পাচ্ছি ঠিক আছে। দিদি না সুরেশ তো আমার কাছে দিয়ে যা, ও যেতে যেতে এখন সময় হবে। করে দিই তাহলে আপনি
Hello, hello, hello.
Check, check, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Check, 1, 2, hello.
check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Check. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Check.
Good morning, everyone. I would request you all to kindly take your seats. All the participants are requested to kindly occupy the first two rows in the left side of the auditorium. And all the students who are outside the auditorium are requested to kindly enter and take their seats. We are sorry for this delay. I hope you will bear with us. Thank you. All the students are requested to kindly call their lab mates, whoever is not present. Please come quickly. We will start as soon as possible. I would request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are now going to start the program. All the students and faculty who are outside the auditorium, kindly take their seats as soon as possible. Thank you. We are sorry for this delay. Good morning, everyone. I am Nirman Chakraborty.
And I am Payal Roy. Before we start, all are requested to keep their mobiles in silent mode. Thank you.
Respected Director CGCRI, Chief Guest for the program, Professor Arup Kumar Rai Chaudhuri, Sir Distinguished Fellow, CSIR CGCRI, and ex-Director SN Bose National Center for Basic Sciences, scientists, staff, and all students. we are very happy to welcome you all in this two-day program of Glamix Fiesta 2022 organized by CSIR CGCRI.
The essence of our endeavor lies in words of Benjamin Franklin: tell me, and I forget; teach me, and I remember; involve me, and I learn, which is to promote active involvement and interaction amongst research scholars and scientific community, to foster enthusiastic interactions, exchange of ideas, learning via discussion, and experience from the others.
Hence, in this two-day program, there will be exciting series of expert and alumni talks, contributor lectures, poster presentations, and interactive sessions to promote our research works, and events like live demonstration, virtual money, ideas products, dumb charades, and cultural events.
With this brief introduction, we start our session. Now I shall request Professor Arup Rai Chaudhuri, Director Ma'am, CGCRI, and Dr. Vamsi Krishna Balla to come to the dais and take their seats.
Thank you. Flower bouquets to Professor Rai Chaudhuri, Director Ma'am, and Dr. Balla will be presented by Ms. Rupam Shah.
Thank you. I would now request Professor Rai Chaudhuri, Director CGCRI Kolkata, and Dr. Vamsi Balla to please come forward and inaugurate the program by lighting the lamp along with Saraswati Vandana.
Thank you. Now I would like to request Director CGCRI to kindly give her inaugural remarks.
Very good morning to all of you, my dear students of CGCRI, who have made this program, planned this program, and as a Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I hope you have got the full Azadi to plan this program. None of your seniors, be it Vamsi Balla or anyone, has too much, not scolded or not too much direction. It is your direction they worked. Azadi Ka Mahotsav, probably that is also there, right? So very welcome to you all, and thank you for that. And my hearty welcome as a CGCRI director and a part of you as organizing member too. We, on the behalf of organizing committee, on my personal behalf, I am very much thankful to Professor Arup Rai Chaudhuri, who is actually, you should look as a mentor, who kindly agreed to give today's talk. For your knowledge, all of you, I know him since my PhD period, a fantastic teacher. Though he has not taught me, he was at Institute of Science Bangalore, but he is well known as a very good researcher, very good teacher, and a very good human being. That's very important. So combination in one personality, this to be copied or emulated. So this is the inspiration, and that's the way Professor Rai Chaudhary, I said, he is the only person who will give in today's lecture, who can be the inspiration for the students, who can be in terms of both achieving all the heights which is supposed to be in Indian scenario or the research scenario, having a very, very good integrity which is required and ethics, and along with that, too much of a humility. And you have today Professor Rai Chaudhary. Thank you, sir. I feel very proud that you are part of us. And I feel also very fortunate that I have got in my life many, many interactions with you. I have learned a lot from you. I welcome all of you, my colleague of CGCRI, my fellow colleagues who have joined online. They are visible. Is it visible to online people? Have you checked it? So all my colleagues who are on online person who have joined us, students, faculties of different CSIR labs, once again I welcome you, and I wish that this program should move very, very, very different way, not in a traditional way. I have seen the program. You have a good combination of some technology exhibition, some venture, you are going to be a venture capitalist in the future, which is required today. Everybody is talking that we want that from CGCRI also. Many of our students are not looking for to be employed, but they become the employer. Remember this. And maybe, who knows, after my superannuation, you employ me. And I ask you, our expertise may help you and you employ us. So that's a very, very, very good requirement. And today there is a very specific talk and very aptly chosen by our chief guest, and he is going to deliberate on such issues. Besides that, lot of research presentations are there by students. I also understand from Dr. Balla that alumni, some of the alumni who have passed out as a PhD done at CGCRI and now they are working somewhere else, they have also come. This is a very good combination. Plus you have a good culture program. Sorry, I will be missing you. Maybe I will try to see it online because I have to go for some official reason out of CGCRI. And really I am looking forward. I want to see the vibrancy, positive energy in each one of you, including myself. This lab has to vibrate, and this only youngs can bring. I welcome you all. I wish all the success of this lab. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone for the upcoming events. Now, I would request Professor Arukumar Rai Chaudhary to kindly give his remarks.
Hi, good morning to you all. Good morning to you, Suman personally, and Vamsi, and to all my very senior colleagues. You know, no, I'll give my talk afterwards. It's only remark. That's correct, eh? I just give my talk, or just make few remarks. So these are few remarks. So, and the best thing is that, you guys feel, all of us stay young. Like, even in a family, you stay young for there are younger members in the family. Similarly, in your professional life, and particularly in a scientific and academic life, the best thing is that you always with young people. For their, what should I say, their requirements are very different from when you actually become senior in your age chronologically. I have been always with students. In ISC Bangalore, I had a large body of students to interact with, along with my own lab. I have in NPL, there was a lot of students, and it was my single fortune to actually cultivate them. We built student hostel for them. And the flip side of making the hostel is that I told you start your own mess, and every month when they have a special day, they have to invite me. So that's a good part of having a student life. And in SNBO Center also had a very good student body, about 160 PhD students. And this is what I like to have. And even now I have PhD students working with me, and I love that. And the other thing good is that, when you really guide large number of students, many of them are established researchers and academics around the world. And when they send you that is what I'm doing, it fills your heart with pride. And I'm sure that this is what your mentors here will be looking for, that you give them an opportunity to feel proud for you. And that is what we all want, that we should feel proud that we have been associated with you. And that is the singular thing that we look forward from you. And as your director ma'am says, that you have to vibrate, and it's very important, that vibrancy is very important. And today is your day, and I think you should all enjoy it, and feel free to raise your academic issues as much as you like in this particular forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those illuminating words. We are fortunate to have you among us. Now I would request Dr. Vamsi Balla to share the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all of you. First, I would like to apologize for the delay because of various issues. Today I am giving this vote of thanks on behalf of Team Glamis Fiesta, as I am an integral part of this team. However, at the end, I would also like to share some important personal experiences during my Glamis Fiesta journey till today. First, we would like to thank Professor Arun Kumar Chaudhary, SCRB Distinguished Fellow, CSIR CGCRI, for accepting our request to grace this occasion as a chief guest and also give inaugural talk. Thank you very much, sir. We sincerely thank our director, Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra, for her constant support and encouragement. Thank you, ma'am. The team Glamis Fiesta especially is very grateful to both of you for your kind gesture of highlighting the team spirit of Glamis Fiesta by wearing the t-shirt. Thank you very much. We are truly honored, ma'am. Thank you very much. We also thank Professor Ravi Kumar, Head of the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, IIT Madras, for his time and support by accepting our invitation to give a keynote lecture tomorrow. Our special thanks to CGCRI alumni, Dr. Anurag and Dr. Devarati, who accepted our invitation to share their experiences and research findings with their junior colleagues here. We acknowledge and thank the constant support and help rendered by scientists, staff, all employees of different departments and sections here at CSIR CGCRI. Now let me disengage myself from Glamis Team Fiesta for a moment to share my personal experiences. During my interaction with the student team, I learned a lot about their multitasking capabilities, unique talents and strength, which you all witnessed during this two-day event in different events of this Glamis Fiesta. Essentially, I traveled back in time to my college days, essentially, and while working with students and interacting with them. I thank you all for giving me that opportunity. I have seen their hard work, planning, and execution of different tasks since mid-March. It's almost like 2.5 months, which make this event this far. I am very happy to mention here that the student participation in organizing this event increased up to 60%, primarily because of their self-motivation and also encouragement among themselves. we did not interfere much, but they are self-motivated and encouraged among themselves. That is a truly unique among students nowadays. The small group of different tasks and events were constituted with students from different departments to inculcate a team spirit. The spirit to work in a team as a valuable team member, breaking all boundaries. Also, I can share with certainty that through these events of their own, they have created memories to cherish. Long after they leave the premises of CSIR CGCRI, all credits to goes them and all deserve a big round of applause. And after these events, if some of you, especially students, think that you have missed something, please do not worry. The Team Glamix Fiesta is here to assure that all students who missed this year, for whatever reason, to get a chance to showcase their work, talent, and contribute to the event next year. Thank you very much.
Madam would like to make a statement.
Hello, I actually wanted to tell one thing, particularly to the research scholars. It's a research scholar day. In your life, never forget, this is a very prime period of your life. This, what you do in your research, that will build your career. So having a best research and developing of a good technology, don't bother too much if you have not got patent and all. This is the time where the world should know that you are a good researcher, so very good publications by your work is one of the very essential things. Please, you must do that, and very serious research. Do not follow work like an assistant, follow like a researcher, and this is to the supervisors also. Don't use them like itakoro, not, that is not the right thing. The students should have a own motivation. They should read literature. Reading habits of today's research scholar has gone much less, which is very, very important. Having always be with the current literature as well as the review, what has happened before, that should be on the, in any time you ask, you should be able to say what is the current scenario over the globe in this particular research area. It is one of the prime thing which every researcher and every research scholar should know. Remember, when I am telling researchers, I am also a researcher. I must know if I am working in that area. This is the first requirement. Second thing, at no cost, shortcut method should be used, be it whatever. Copying, using someone's data, they are using even smallest, with 12 words you cannot copy from a paper, and or any document. You are supposed to read all the review, and you are supposed to write in your own language. And you will, if you are doing that, you will never ever fall in the clutch of a plagiarism, which can ruin your very, very extraordinary career in 1 second. This is integrity is a prime thing of anyone, and same applies to the research scholars too. The third thing, you are the wealth of CGCRI. You are the ambassador of CGCRI. Your each step reflects CGCRI. Never ever forget it. If you are flourishing, we are flourishing. If you are doing somewhere wrong, not necessarily within the organization, but even wherever you are moving, it reflects us. So remember, you are my family, and family must have always head high. This is the three things I wanted to tell you, and mix all among with your fellow members, with your supervisors, other scientists. Learn other area also. Don't become a very, very focused in interview, then you fail. Fundamental must be very good. These 5 things I wanted to tell because it is a research scholar day, and it's very important. Be whatever other things can remain with the sideline, but as a research scholar you must have this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We are aware and appreciate your encouragement. With this, we have come to the end of our inaugural session.
So we are now signing off. Moderator of the next session, Ms. Sushmita Kaur, is requested to kindly take the program forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Now we shall have the first session of our today's oral presentation. So I am requesting Dr. Debashish Bandyopadhyay, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR CGCRI, to come to the stage and kindly chair this session. Welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Before proceeding to the inaugural talk, I'd like to request the session chair to formally introduce our chief guest, Professor Arup Kumar Rajchandra.
Thank you. So it's truly embarrassing to chair a session where Professor Rajchandra is the speaker and a person who doesn't need probably any introduction in this country probably. So anyway, Professor Roy Chaudhuri is basically an alumnus from the IIT Kanpur and a PhD from Cornell University in USA, who had his postdoc from the Max Planck Institute in Stuttgart as an Alexander Humboldt Fellow. He worked as a professor in the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, as director of the CSIR National Physical Laboratory, and later as director of the S.N. Bose National Center for Basic Sciences in Kolkata. So he superannuated in 2014 and from the S.N. Bose Center, but he has continued till September 2019 as a distinguished professor emeritus and J.C. Bose National Fellow, and has been associated with us at the CSIR Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute as an SERB Distinguished Fellow. He also happens to be an honorary professor of the IIT Delhi. Research interests of Professor Roy Chaudhuri has a very broad canvas and primarily in condensed matter physics and materials physics. He is involved in a number of projects on translational research, having more than 300 journal publications and 6 granted patents, and has supervised almost 40 PhD students. He is a fellow of all the National Science Academies in India, winner of the India's highest scientific award, the Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Physical Sciences in 1994, along with several other awards and distinctions. He has been serving in the boards of SERB, several academic institutions like IIT Kanpur, ISER Pune, the Consortium of Scientific Research of the UGC and EAE, and several other advisory committees of DST, SERB, MIT, DRDO, CSIR, and MNRE. And today, in this inaugural program, we have heard about his seminal contribution and his involvement in organizing this event. And in his inaugural talk, he will be delivering a lecture called Translational Research and Startups as New Career Options. So probably there would have been nothing better to listen from a person like him for this type of, thing which the students, very much very important to the students. So with that, sir, I will request you over to you, sir, for your talk.
whenever I put this gadget, I think I'm Michael Jackson. For the first time I saw the gadget of Michael Jackson. Honestly. I'm very comfortable with the old-fashioned collar mic, but this one actually catches your voice. So, how many of you have actually seen Michael Jackson performing? It's available on YouTube. Raise your hands. Almost all of you. And you should see him, he's kind of an energy. Not that exactly singing good song, but there's an energy. Anyway, but I'm very happy that I'm getting the opportunity to talk to you. I had once talked to you, your institution before in 2015 in this auditorium. Many years back, I think none of you were here there at that time as students. Definitely faculties were there. I am grateful to your director, Madam Dr. Suman Kumari, for requesting me through Bamsi Balla. But only thing that Balla was advocated said, it will be the chief guest. I said, bhai, hum to teaser hai, main chief guest kya ho? But when he said, student program mein aap guest hai. ठीक है, कोई problem नहीं है. Anyway, but what I'm going to talk, please remember the 5 things which your director said, which is very important. As a student, you should always remember that. But what I'm going to do today, my job had been made easier by yesterday, Dr. Shekhar Mandir's talk. It is an exciting talk just to show that what CSIR has done, essentially the translational areas. Now, whenever you think of Dr. Saral Patnagar and this enormous vision, there are a lot of writings by him. You should get them in Google. There are a lot of writings. Unfortunately, if you put Shanti Saral Patnagar, only the award is this come. That is the bad part of Google. It doesn't distinguish between Shanti Saral Patnagar award and Shanti Saral Patnagar. But if you really go through his writings, long before our independence, he started thinking about these issues that we need organization where we can do this kind of work. And actually, the vision that he had embodied in CSIR, he has really propelled CSIR. And that is the main motivation of taking this talk today. I think there is a difference.
Anyway, you'll be all studying the same quantum mechanics, same material science, same statistical physics, same thermodynamics. But at the end of the day, what is the difference from other students in the other universities? Difference is that you are going through a process where translation research is very, and this is where you should learn, you should appreciate, and here you should be embedded with the idea of starting this startup culture. And that is the reason, the main motivation that I thought that we'll be talking about it. Now, if you are on YouTube, if you do the YouTubing, which I do in the evening sometime, on 6th June there's a webinar on UGC exactly on this question, that can the universities be the innovation hubs in the startup ecosystem. And so everywhere this issue has come up. And the issue has come up, but there's no escape from this issue, and this is going to become fast an important career option. Now, when you are thinking of your future, and you have to think of your future, as I say that future, everything is uncertain, that's why it's future. If everything is certain in your future, future is goddamn boring. The most important thing about future is uncertain, that's why it's so interesting. We think about it, we ponder about it, we are sorry about it, sometimes we are very happy about it. But, I don't know what this guy is thinking, but future is uncertain. I don't know how many of you remember this line from a fantastic song 34 years back. Anyone who can tell me from which song this line is coming from? It was sang by Amir Khan. Fantastic. You guys are great. Even you remember things which came out 34 years back. So, just read the line. Magar ye to koi na jane ki mere manzil hai. Now, what I request is that when you are coming into a junction today where the world is very competitive in every field, you have to think out of the box. How competitive? Just take an example. Do you think Virat Kohli will be in the Indian team next year? How many of you can bet on it? Most likely not. Rohit Sharma? Most likely not. But there are a lot of young competitors which have come out who can replace them anytime. And this is precisely what is happening today. Every field has become extremely competitive, and we have to live in that. So what I plan to talk today is the translational research and some real context, particularly in the context of physics and material science, where most of us are involved. Then, when you are talking of translational research and startup, etc., and is it a choice or compulsion? And innovation and entrepreneurship in the Indian context, particularly in the material science area, and translational startup, can it be a career option? Very important. I'll give you some statistics where it is becoming career option. And of course, at the end, some of my own views that if you want to start a startup, then what should you be doing? Now, the word translational research actually came long back from, cancer research. It's called bench to bed. That is, immediately in a clinical cancer research, things are tried and then translated very quickly. And those who have, again, very current about what's happening, something is trending today that a drug has been found which will cure all goddamn cancer in no time, 100%. Many of you have seen it. Maybe if it's good, it's fantastic, but those claims made many times, like discovery of room temperature superconductor, many times such claims came, but at the end of the day, you don't know what has happened with them. Okay, but the important thing is that this is the keyword that we should be following is the lab to market, that you are doing something in the lab, taking it to the market. So, when you are doing a translational research, there is a complete roadmap, and this is taking an idea to eventually making it a product and eventually selling the product. Let me just tell you how innovative people become. Have you seen this water bottle? I just saw it for the first time. What is written on it? It's written on it, Tata Copper Water. Suddenly copper has become very important. RO gives a fantastic ad. Have you seen that? Madhuri Dixit, or grandmother and thing, giving the ad with copper vessel. This is RO. Why? For our, old grandmother told that if you drink water from a copper vessel, the copper ions are good. So, Bisleri has come, but now to replace Bisleri, suddenly the copper water has come. So, these are, important things that you should do to get your product sale in the market. So, when you are doing lab to market, this is in your mind that what is the product that will sell. Okay, now coming back to lab to market, the word startup and translational research are actually mixed up. They're entangled, but they're not the same thing. Translational research is the process which will take you from the lab to market. This is the marketplace over there, and this is the lab. People are so serene and all that. Marketplace is always crowded. And then there is, you can go it in either way. You can go through the existing, generally MSME rule. No big company will ever buy your technology. Generally MSMEs buy it, then they mature it, then they may be purchased by the big companies. And of course, you can have your own startup, new business that grows with translation. And this is the whole process that is translation. So, startup is a vehicle by And the next step is that you have to make a proof of concept. That's very important. And often the proof of concept looks very, looks very uninspiring, but very important that you have that, and you can think of patenting at the time. And then you can have a pre-prototype. That is, which is not exactly what will go in the market, but at least it has all the features that you want it to be. Then you make the prototype, and then in initial user test you have to do. For anything, it has to go to a market. It should be tested by user. Without user testing, you cannot do it. And remember that at this stage, our funding is internal, in a lab or some organization is funding me. But after that, I have an extensive test in the feedback and prototype type of feedback, which is going on in the marketplace. And all this research gets done, then the commercialization comes, and it comes industry-based external funding comes in. And if you look into it, in this whole process, there are a lot of details involved. I'll just give you one example. You know, nowadays they sell the vegetable cutlets, you know, like frozen vegetable cutlets. There are 4 or 5 companies which sell it. Many of you don't do the shopping, but those who do the shopping, you go to the frozen section, buy those things. Typically, they have 8 of those cakes, you know, these vegetable cutlets in the packet. Now, I did an experiment with all these 4 or 5 brands. They all taste the same. They all consume the same amount of water when you fry them or whatever. The difference is that you cannot consume all the 8 in one go. Maybe 2, 3 you consume, then you packet it back and put it back in the refrigerator, in the freezer. Question is that next time you use it, the extent of ice layer that forms between the cakes. Some of them separate out very easily. Some of them don't separate out, and in the process when you take them out, they break. So this is exactly where product research is important. All of them had made the vegetable cutlet, but one of them had perfected it. I'll not call which brand for, you know, then it will be wrong thing to do. And this is exactly where product research comes. You have made the best thing, but what will get the acceptance in the market will come that what is most easy to use or what is most valuable to use. So that is where the commercialization becomes important. Now, when you do the commercialization, there is actually a paradigm shift. And what are the paradigm shifts? What is the user wants, what is selling in the market, what you give, and that is where the feedback becomes extremely important, and that is what we generally do it in the lab stage. Now, what is the paradigm shift? Primary shift is that in the art but at that time you are generating money, and that's very important that you are generating funds. And very important, as you progress, the innovator's stake goes down. That you should know. Initially you have 100% of the stake, but it will go up, generally comes to 2, 3, 4, 5%. Rest has been taken over with the people who are actually funding your research going to the market. So you have to be known that you are not, you are an innovator. Happened recently in one of the things, Bharat Pay or something. The founder was thrown away. For it is the guy who created that firm, he no longer owns it fully, and that's the important point that you have to realize. Okay, now you all know this diagram. This is the TRL or the technology ready. compatible technology in the country, the tools in the country existing. So who can make it is extremely important. And let me also then share an experience with you in this particular thing, that who will make it, who will be using it. You know, I have worked on a very interesting thing, and that is on a jute product and making it rot resistant by attaching silver nanoparticle. The process is very simple, and we first did it in a pressure cooker, put jute and put silver nitrate, boiled it, and we get fantastic thing. We got 2 patents out of it, paper shape, I'm very happy. Then we said we should marketize, should take it to the marketplace. Had a meeting with the Calcutta, there is a Indian Jute Industry Research Association, IJIRA, very nice lab. It comes directly under the Jute Commissioner. We had a whole day there, meeting, everything. We had rounds of meeting. They have done some, batch processing, all that. Everything is fine. But then say jute industry, we cannot take it. Why? Because you are forming it at 80 degrees Celsius, and our industry cannot go beyond 60 degrees Celsius. But the open hearth heating which jute industry takes is only 60 degrees. And those who have worked with chemistry of the nanoparticles who know, if you work with this kind of metal nanoparticles at 60 degrees, you generally end up with hydroxide. So that's the reason you cannot. Even if you take zinc oxide, you get zinc hydroxide unless you cross 80 degree or 90 degrees Celsius. It's very important, that temperature. So that's what happened. So it stuck at that, and they said, why? So the cost of energy from going to 60 to 80 is too much for the jute industry. So in a jute industry, unfortunately, it's a backward industry, but whatever, these issues then suddenly become important, that who will be making your product. At this stage, you have to have some cost assessment. See, I'm telling you not jokingly, but seriously, you read many papers these days. There are 2 common sentences in that paper. This is next generation material. Like, bhai, a generation mein kam karo, next generation mein mat jao. Another thing is that it's cost-effective method. I asked my students, bhai, cost-effective kaise hua? Cost estimation kiya? Nahi sahab, wo to 20,000 taka ne wo de diya, 30,000 mein wo kya hamara sigma se le liya. That's not the cost. You have to understand. You have a huge establishment called CGCRI. 20,000 रुपया बोल रहा है ना, प्रोडक्शन में 2 लाख हो जाएगा. And that is the costing we never do when we are sitting here. And that is where the problem comes. And so what you call cost effective, I very angry, become now angry, and immediately others by costing kya, nahi kya, then why do you say cost effective? So anyway, but you got to be realistic. So, so that is the difference that comes in. Now, let me just throw you these images, again taken from the internet, the 3 celebrated proof of concept when they're first made. This is the proof of concept, the first point contact transistor, 1947, Berlin, Shockley, Britain. First junction PNP transistor, 1950. In this sense, since I am now going to address this issue, is transitional research today a choice or is it a compulsion? Well, if you look into in terms of paper publication, we are kind of in the 6th in the world, not too bad. And there is China, USA. important. We are not that bad, but we can nevertheless, I think we can move forward and get into, in some areas, like in chemistry, I know we have already moved into 4th position. You know, these are the average numbers that you are talking about. But what is always worry is that in the global index of innovation, should be little careful about these global indices. For as a country, it gives things that we are not innovative, which is the wrong thing. As a country, Indians are very innovative. No civilization can survive 5,000 years it has not built into it innovation. And this innovation you find in villages. There is a professor in IIM Ahmedabad, Anil Agarwal, and he does tremendous this work that the tremendous of innovation that goes into the village society. For they have their own problems and they solve it innovatively and cost effectively. And so, you know, like, so never think we are not innovative country. We are goddamn innovative country. But somewhere down the line, we have to put our acts together. Just quickly flash one thing, which sometimes becomes important, and is that in the patenting, our definitely number of patents submitted has gone up, but approved, we are still whether you have noticed it. In the 10 years of existence, they have already, it's a small organization, already have 80 granted patents. So that's very important. You know, TCSU works and they give a lot of importance on these matters, but they want to commercialize it. Let me now also come to a chase and quickly now ask the question, do we have a choice today that we will not do this kind of work? One, to growth up, and today we just heard by 2030 government will try to make it go to more than 1%, but I think it is too little too late, but this is where it is coming, and keep this figure in mind. And now, so there is a gap. What is that gap? It's tax to GDP growth, and of course it's taxpayer money, but then if you want more, for it is only SCRB and some places you get a kitty for funding for, you know, some open-ended research, and there are a lot of players coming into that kitty. Kitty remains constant, a lot of players have come in. So I'll tell you very, you know, SCRB, the core grant, it was 30-35% even 10-15 years back when SCRB started. It was a DST before. It has come down to less than 15% of the proposal. So your acceptance of a proposal is less than 15% today. So you have to generate fund for your research. This is an extremely important area that you have to think about. Well, now what is important is that let me look into the innovation space in the context of India. I have another 5 minutes, I'll finish up. And you know, the innovation space, you have faculties in education institutions and scientists in R&D national labs like us. You have fresh engineering graduates, and even fresh PhDs today have filled up the innovation space. Let's look into it. At present, it is the, you know, there are a lot of sites. If I, you know, this is Startup India site, and there are 78,136 startups today in India. But in various fields, you know, including Nykaa and Byju's and all that and everything. Byju's has the maximum valuation, 5.6 billion. There is another site which has come up called Physics Wala. It is only teaches physics, And that guy is listening how he came up, and already he's on his way to becoming a 1 billion company. Very nice ideas. By the way, I tell you something, long back, even when the thing came, I was in IIC Bangalore, I got an offer from one of these things coming up in Delhi, now located in Delhi. He was paying at that time a 75,000 salary for teaching. At that time, even as an NPL director, I used to get 20,000. So, 75,000 was a lot of salary at that time. So, but out of this, very important, the technology-based startups are 10,000, which are mainly information technology-based, AI-based. But there are about 100, I think is more correct, who are pure material science-based, and which we may see who they are. Some example. This map tells you where the startups are mainly located. This Bangalore and national area, New Delhi, has 50% of the startups. In other places are Bombay, Pune, Hyderabad, Chennai, and I think Calcutta and such places comes just after this. Calcutta comes 7th. Let me just see that Karnataka has 2,000 startups, 81 mentor, 20 investor, 113. In Bengal, we have AC. No, it's actually much better than what I thought. This is about a third of what in Karnataka. Let me tell you why. Please don't take it otherwise. This is my personal opinion. Why in Bengal area we have less startups? One is the environment, that we don't like to take too much risk. We were told by our parents from the very childhood, "Ota korish na pore jabi, ota dhorish na benge jabe." That bloody kills your innovativeness. That tell your parents, don't tell me that anymore. I have now got a grown up. Second thing is that in this geographical region, the training is such, we like to listen more about black holes, dark energy, Higgs boson, rather than doing something for the society. Unless we come out of black holes, boy, there is no future for us. Don't tell it to my friends in black hole thing. But क्या हुआ भाई? कुछ किया? अच्छा, रंग गलत दिया. ठीक है, हाँ, ठीक है. Sorry. So now, let me just give you some nice example. Look at this guy. They started 2007. They just make foldable drones for the army use. And, the aerial imaging, it is such that the army can pack it in their backpack, go to any place from the drone, take it. And, they have flooded the place with DRDO. They came out from IIT Bombay, then IIT Ahmedabad, they incubated. And you can see they are already annual revenue is such high number, 326 crores is the annual revenue. Sometimes these pictures look very similar. Remember this picture? Yes, sometimes they look very similar to me. Okay, now let me see another very important. This guy, of course, doesn't look like Three Idiot. Okay, so, this is a very important company. It's night vision. And something what we do in this kind of areas. Again, they have completely sold out to the defense sector. They have already, one important thing is that they have 120 crore, they have about, some 200 maybe employees. The important factor is how much is your earning per employee. That's the important factor people are using. And there are very nice stories. Let me come to one story which I like. T. Pradeep, many of us know. He's an IIT Madras professor. He was a student of Professor Sena Rao. He was a student starting when I joined as a faculty. And, it's an amazing story. He's just making cheap drinking water, particularly arsenic free. Once I met him about 3 years back in Calcutta airport, just before the starting, our lockdown starting. And Tripadeep said, I'm going to Murshidabad. I have 22,000 installations in Murshidabad, which is a water-strained area. And there's a success story. And Pradeep is guy, he doesn't only just make these candles, he publishes in JACS, publishes in Nature and Science, and as your director madam is saying that a good science is needed to do all that. Don't ever think that you have a lousy science and have a good product. That's a lousy argument. Only a good science gives you a good product. A lousy science gives you a lousy product. And that's very important to realize. And you can see his achievement. He raised a lot of money. Since he is the social sector, his commercial earning is somewhat limited. Now let me tell you a success story from IIC Bangalore. They are about 5 years younger than me. This is Vijay Chandru, Swami Manohar, Rajesh, and Narayan. they were professors in computer science department. At that time, bioinformatics was coming out, exactly what Dr. Sharmila Mande was telling yesterday. They started a company called Strand Genomics and immediately started, what is the thing they are doing? They are saying that we'll take the bioinformatics information, make predictable good medicine. People didn't believe them at that time, and you can see what happened. Strand Life Sciences Genomics Research already made a diagnostic tool which is very personalized and can do, they have algorithm and testing and all that, very similar to what the TCS is doing. And let me not go into all that. This is more recent picture. They are younger, they are much younger at the time. And of course, young people look younger. And this is more recent. But look at this, what they have done. They started in 2000. They are the first academic spin-off in the whole of the country. Last year end, around maybe September, October, they sold majority share of the Strand Genomics to Reliance Life Science for 394 crore. And Vijay says that he didn't get any money, which is a pure bakwas. He got a lot of money from it. But, but see, this is the very important thing, that what you did has spawned not only a lot of interesting products, but also gave you money. Let me now come to the latest one, which is just coming to the market. It is being taken by this company called Viant Technology. Viant is actually slightly older. You can go to all the car park, they have the number reader, they have the X-ray scanners. Most of them are made by Viant. Viant is already a 100 crore company and all that. Now, Viant has taken this technology from NanoSynth, which is Ram Gopal Rao's company in IIT Bombay. Then this Viant is a startup incubator IIT Delhi. This is how it looks like. And they are going to do is that they are going to sell it at 10 lakh when the imported products are 30 lakh. And then initially they are going to start with 50 units per month. So 50 units per month, 10. So you have already 5 crore per month into 12, 60 crore years turnover immediately coming. And now let me tell you why NanoSleep took long. NanoSleep is a long, older company. They sell micro heater and all that. Because I discussed once with Ram Gopal, that Ram Gopal, why is NanoSleep now coming so aggressively in the market? He said, ours is a micro technology based system of 100, 150 micron features we need. He said, we don't find fabs in India outside commercial, outside industrial sector who can do it. And that is a problem. That is, a fab in the India, in the commercial scale, which can even do 50, 60, 70 micron, is needed in the country. And if it comes, you immediately saw many of this technology of NanoSleep coming up. Another thing we just started 2 years back, is still raising money, is a company called Lucro Recycling. They are just taking plastic waste and making products from it. See, you get a lot of recycled product like the balti, the mug that you sell, 25 rupiya karke jata hai na. They're all recycled plastic. They're very dangerous, honestly. They're very toxic. But if you look at it, they are really using bacterial places and all that, and making very interesting products coming out of it. And this company is stated to be one of the first moving company in the material science sector. Well, now let us see that conventional career options are, in my opinion, shrinking. Let me give you some number. See, this we know, that is, new labs are not done after 2016, etc., etc. Let's not go into it. It's not in my hand, it's not in your hand. But what is important is to understand that the country produces about 24,000 PhDs per year, all subjects taken together. Not very high actually. 7,000 are engineering and science PhD. Out of that, 2/3 get meaningful employment. Not the best you want, but 1/3 don't get very suitable employment. So then immediately the question comes that do you like to ponder about it, or do you think that I'll become, and I don't expect that government job will be created for everyone every time. So after PhD, you can actually connect to the translation area, and you yourself can become a startup owner. And either you become a faculty, do this kind of thing, you can join a startup, or you can start your own startup. There are a lot of schemes now. So from the job hunter, you actually become a job giver. And that's very important. And so, like if you do a startup, there are a lot of definition how, you get a lot of concession from the government and all that. And there are sites, very helpful sites from where, like the NITI program, it allows you to become a startup owner. It gives you some money to eat, like 30,000-40,000 per month. It gives you as a fellowship for 1.5 years. Gives you about up to 20 lakh money as a seed to start. So, and the best thing is the BIRAC, a biotech. It is one of the most successful. It was started by Dr. Maharaj Bhan, who was the DBT secretary in 2012. Just imagine what it has done in last 10 years. 3,500 beneficiaries, 500 startup funded, 600 products in the market, and they had generated 32,000 employment, just a 10-year period. And these BIRAC projects, sorry. And if you look into it, I don't talk about this man, but if you look into it, the most well-known product which came out from BIRAC, it was done in our NCL Venture Center, is a MyLab Discovery Solution, which is you have seen it during COVID time, this test, quick test you can go to 300 rupees. Amazon may 199 what you get in Amazon, you can buy, test whether you are COVID positive, negative, etc. And this came out from a company which is only 3-year-old. And the company is now hitting the roof. So, these are exactly the examples. So, when you start a setup, you can say, Mera paas startup hai. So you may not have anything, but you can say, Mera paas startup hai, which is actually a very important statement, that you are the proud owner of a startup. Well, but there are some pros and cons you have to understand. That, when your research and money is drying up and your commission starting, you pass through a dreaded place called Valley of Death. Fantastic name. It's like a Western movie, Valley of Death. So here your fund is going down, your product is not coming into the market, and more planned work you do, you cross the valley of death more quickly. There are various ways you can do it. Now let me see, even the best attempt, a product will fail. I bring back again these 40 dates. I don't know how many of you heard the word called Simputer. Maybe you are not born at that time. Some of you may have heard it. Simputer in 2001 hit the market, a ISC Bangalore innovation, that it is actually forerunner of iPhone. And government wanted to do it they wanted to close the digital divide. Simputer was manufactured by BEL. It's a technology from ISC Bangalore they took up called Amida. Amida is a Pico Pita product and all that. All the government said will buy. At the end, it didn't get through. So what is the analysis? Was the product bad? No. Time was not ripe for it. It was ahead of the market and they couldn't join the market. If today, it would have been come. Of course, it has to compete with smartphone, but much before smartphone came, this was done. And you can see 2001, 2002. There's another thing that quickly say Akash tablet. That too, many of you may have heard Akash tablet. That flopped not due to marketing. It had a product problem. Every third product was faulty. So those are the things that we should not do. Okay, now let me see the last one, that if you want to have a startup, then what should you do? There are quite things. Should have a good science-backed area, and an idea about who is the user and manufacturer, a good business plan, and be honest with your account. Keep your eyes and ears open so that unexpected things may come up. Honest with your account is very important. You heard of Moser Bear? That used to make CD. Many of you even don't know what is CD. Moser Beer was a hot company in 1988. It folded up in 1918, for it declared itself bankrupt, and its owner's son Rahul was arrested. Why? Not because of bad thing, because he invested quickly in many things like 7.3% solar cell, thin solar cell, flash memory. But then he ran out of fund, then he had to do some juggling with fund, and then immediately got arrested, etc., etc. So that's very important. You should never do that. And then you should have a good team. you should find a technology business incubator where you can anchor. And if you do the anchoring, you get funding and plan to start earning as soon as possible. There is no thing. And something I'm not joking. Before have a startup, have a spouse who earns. That's the only thing that will make you that you have your, kitchen running or, some earning. And it's a gender neutral statement. So, like I'm not saying anything which is sexist or anything, but it's very important, like if you have a spouse who can take care of the basic earning, you can happily go for and have your startup. So at the end, I like to quote Napoleon out of all people. And Napoleon said, until you spread your wings, you will have to idea how far you can fly. So when you are student, you have to spread your wings and don't believe in conventional wisdom that you get from your parents and teachers. They give conventional wisdom. Have your own wisdom, have your own knowledge, and see how you can fly. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Professor Roy Chaudhary, for that very, very illuminating lecture. I believe many of you might be having questions or comments. For lack of time, we are not taking it now. Professor Roy Chaudhary is available here. Please do interact with him. So I would request our director, ma'am, to kindly provide him, felicitate Professor Roy Chaudhary with a memento. Sir. Actually, what I have been told is the release of the abstract book has to be done for this GLAMIX, which will be done by our director, Dr. Mishra, Professor Roy Chaudhary, and Dr. Balla. So, just, yeah.
We just release our abstract.
Okay, so we go to the next talk. So this will be given by Dr. Anurag Roy, who is, I believe, one of the alumni of this institute. Dr. Roy, I think he's available online. Are you there? He's there. Huh? So maybe we can actually, for the benefit of the audience, to just give a very brief introduction of Dr. Anurag Roy, who is currently a research fellow at the University of Exeter in the UK. And he has completed his PhD in 2000. He has been actually the under DST Inspire Fellowship from CSIR CGCRI in 2011 from the Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad. His master's was in chemistry from the Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad. And recently he has received a number of awards along with the prestigious from the prestigious Royal Society of Chemistry. He's a fellow of the Chemical Society, the American Chemical Society, life membership of several scientific bodies, a recipient of the Newton Bhabha PhD placement, UK Saudi Arabia Challenge Fund recipient, and several others. So he will be talking today on a topic called opportunities and strategies for metal oxides and related ceramic materials in solar photovoltaics and energy savings built environment. So basically, actually, unfortunately, we are running 30 minutes behind schedule. So I would request Dr. Anurag Roy to please restrict your talk to 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes. Yes, Dr. Roy, the stage is yours now. You can begin.
Good morning, everyone. Hope I'm visible and audible both.
Yes, you are clear.
Okay, and hope my screen has been shared with you all.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, and very good morning. It is literally good morning here in the UK, and thank you, organizer, for giving me such a great opportunity to talk with my alma mater. And hi everyone, this is Anurag. I'm a postdoctoral researcher currently in the University of Exeter, UK. Working in the solar energy department. So today I'm going to talk about the opportunities and strategies for metal oxides and its related ceramic materials and their probable integration for the solar photovoltaics and energy savings built environment. So as the time is restricted, so I will be in a little bit hurry, and also I make the slides in more general so that it can be reached out to as many as people. So yeah, as you know, that I have to acknowledge first of all to the organizers, definitely to giving me the opportunity to share my views and research thoughts. Of course, my PhD supervisor, Dr. P. Sujata Devi, she is currently in CSIR NIST. Professor Tapas Malik, to whom I'm currently working here, and my fantastic research group member, also the funded agency starting from Inspire, my PhD fellowship, and currently I'm in the UKRI fellowship here. So I have made these slides to just overview when something is come from CGCRI, it's somehow emotional, so that I took this picture where I was in the PhD time during CGCRI time. So I involved in many, except the general research academy things. We are in a big part of CSIR 800 program, so we have to visit many places. This is my first poster presentation in Jaipur. I still remember in 2015, and then few pictures where first I was in the nanostructured material division, then I shift to the sensor and actuator division. So a few good people and good memory. Anyway, the motivation of my work is definitely climate change and net zero. So these two terms are typically nowadays is a big fluctuations. What's that? The climate change and the net zero is currently is a big target of each country's government. It is basically most of the parts of the world is going to be the very high temperature, and due to the high temperature, there is a plenty of associated direct and indirect effect on the society, and not only the society, the human health always. So India is, there is a target of India in 2017 to get the net zero, whereas in the UK they have targeted in 2013 in the recently COP26 summit, where Modi was here also in Glasgow. So that's the thing. So this climate change and net zero carbon emission is a big thing of doing any energy research, related research nowadays. So the contents of my today's talk will be, when we started any topic, any kind of discussion, there is a lots of WH questions, especially why, when, where, how, which, what, do. So plenty of questions, but the thing is that I know a few of them, so we'll try to portray that how we can deal with these questions. So let's start. This is my department where I'm currently working. As Professor Chaudhuri was saying, that translational research, it is very important that the fundamental prototype research has to be going to be commercialized. Otherwise, there is no point of, your sense of humor or whatever your research is currently you are doing unless until it is benefited for the society. So we have a very, engineering lab here. We are basically working on the PV glazing and the concentrated PV sector. However, a few of our people are working on the third generation of solar cell, where it is temporarily, in the R&D sector. So we have made a 5x5 or 10 by 10 centimeter square, a little bit of prototype unit. So in those section, I will try to, address here. So very quick introduction that how solar energy is important in our life, and it has literally a bright future for human generation and human society. So the solar energy is basically, I'm not going to the particularly, line by line details, but it is basically related to the sun. So sun has not only the light, it has also the heat. So heat and light, there is a trade-off between the two sections, and sometimes this heat and light effect combinedly and get a new field of research as well. So basically it can be distinguished between photovoltaic, photocatalytic, photodynamic and photothermal. So in today's talk I have selected photovoltaic and photothermal. So I will be discuss about that, how metal oxide can be incorporated in two major sector of solar energy. So why we choose metal oxides? Because metal oxides having multiple benefit, especially at the high temperature stability, especially its hardness. It's sometimes low cost, and you just mix two, precursor and make it an oxide just to calcine or just to anneal, depends on the condition. So it is quite a easy synthesis and stable synthesis process, so that you can easily pick up. And not only that, there is a huge scope of choose particularly or select a particular metal oxide, because if you can see as this, let me take the laser, as this plot, this is the solar spectrum, and our solar energy or the photovoltaic energy is limited only to this violet or this purple region. So we have to do lots of work, and we have to find some very, very good kind of, metal oxide or any material, so that we can extrapolate, we can extend it, or we can implement it, the efficiency to cover the whole solar region. So that's still a current challenge for us. So here metal oxides play a crucial role, and also, you can play this metal oxide with its performance, processing property, structure, and of course a sustainability. So all these factors you can easily play with this kind of material. Just to a quick overview of this type of metal oxides, that suppose these metal oxides have a great role of morphology. For example, if you have a TiO2, titanium dioxide, material, the TiO2 oxide can have a different shape. So it can be spherical, it can be elongated spindle, it can be a disc structure, it can be fiber. So there is a variety of TiO2 morphology, but within the same phase, remember. So same phase, variety of morphology, how it can react its solar photovoltaic application, that I can show you in a couple of minutes. And also there is an effect of morphology, that if you can make a spindle, if you can make a particle, or if you can make a disc, how the electrons mobilization is actually going through across the morphology. That's also a beautiful, basic, fundamental understanding. And accordingly, we have to deal with the structure, property, and performance correlationship. At the same point, if we are discussing about the metal oxide, there is another term called the phase purity. So phase purity is a vital, factor to dealing with that, how pure your metal oxide. Is there any oxygen vacancy, or if it is ternary oxide, is a phase pure, or it is a mixture of just two binary oxide, or there is some unassociated or unexpected other correlated phases. So it depends. Suppose here is an example I have given, the zinc stannate. So zinc stannate is a combination of zinc oxide and tin dioxide. So if there is some amount of zinc and tin dioxide is remaining in the zinc oxide lattice, the effect of or the physical property is completely going to be changed. And accordingly, the performance is also altered. At the same time, there is another view is, morphology versus the facet. So if it is or the dimension, you may say. So if it's the three-dimensional structure, so naturally it has more facet. So if more facet, there is a more chance of electron generation. So naturally the efficiency of the performance of the solar cell is better. At the same time, it also controls the morphology. So you can see, typically there is a very finer, very fundamental factor associated to get a good, outcome of your device, which is, related to your metal oxides. So very quick example related to that. So we have synthesis barium stannate. So barium stannate is a very good alternative to TiO2, which is currently used in dye-sensitized solar cells. So in dye-sensitized solar cells, TiO2 is very popular, but the problem is TiO2 takes longer time of dye absorption, and also the research becomes saturated. There is no scope of further increment of energy, efficiency. So barium stannate is a good alternative as regarding to the band gap alignment. And if you can see, we have synthesized different morphology of barium stannate, this phase, this perovskite phase. And it started with rods, there is some perforated rod, there is some spindle, there is particle. So accordingly, we have verified and checked its solar application, and we can see that this BSO 8 or 6, or you may say this structure, this perforated structure, number 6, has shown a better performance. And for more details, you can go through these papers and have a look on how it is synthesized and how it related to the, but just to overview that, if your structure varied, you can vary the photocurrent also. At the same time, as I discussed, facet is important. So we have synthesized here this cadmium stannate. This is another ilmenite structure, interestingly. And this ilmenite structure, this cadmium stannate is, we have made a cube structure and particle structure. So cube having 6 facets, you can see, and naturally 0 dimension is the particle. So cube is always giving the better photocurrent than the particle. So that's the basic interpretation of from this study. On the other hand, as I mentioned, that TiO2 is a leading material in dye-sensitized solar cell, but we want to try some other phases of TiO2, and rutile is the another most stable phase of TiO2. But the problem is rutile having very low electron conductivity. So to enhance electrical conductivity of rutile phase, we have incorporated polyaniline. Why polyaniline? Because polyaniline is the organic polymer which can conduct electricity. It's organic conductivity very good. So that polyaniline wrapping along with the TiO2 rods can help and benefit it to increase the efficiency almost more than 20%. So you can see here, this is without polyaniline and this is with polyaniline with rutile TiO2. Another is that the strategy to increase the solar cell efficiency with the metal oxide is to incorporate some scattering layer. So scattering layer on the solar cell can help to scatter the light in such a way so that it can entrap within the, it can generate more electron and gives more efficiency. So as a result, cerium oxide is a very good scattering property, and we have incorporated cerium oxide into TiO2 as a separate on a top of scattering layer and get very high efficiency compared to its bare state. Another example, as I mentioned, zinc stannate and its phase stability. If there is a combination of phase like zinc stannate alongside with zinc oxide and tin dioxide, so we got this combination as a very good photocatalytic effect rather than photovoltaic. But once we got it the phase pure, that is only zinc stannate, we have a very good property in the photovoltaic rather than in photocatalytic. I'm not going to the more details due to time shortage, but in this references what I have mentioned, you can get all the details here. But the thing is that if it is a phase pure or it is a combination of different phases, it depends on how your material will react on illumination under the sun. A very quick one is that how to correlate your another metal oxide, set of metal oxide for solar. So we have recently studied a few, barium, strontium based double perovskite structure. So the benefit of double perovskite structure is it is typically a bit of low band gap and very high voltage. We got some 1 volt kind of results, and we are still analyzing, and just a few of DFT study we have done initially to get some idea that how this metal oxide reacts.
You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, sure. And you can see here is some tungsten oxide as a cathode buffer layer, so that you can use as a buffer layer to increase the solar cell efficiency. Now I will move into the energy saving build environment. So what is energy saving build environment? Is basically to build your building in such a way so that you can get more energy savings. And to do that, I believe, or mostly the studies shows that window is the main interest of this energy saving unit, because window has maximum heat gain and loss, and we are currently developing some window glazing system here so that we can control the thermal comfort level inside a home without any air condition or heater. How? We are making the window glass with such a metal oxide called, suppose tin dioxide and aluminum O3, for example. So it can restrict the the near infrared NIR shielding, so that it can restrict a few of the heat loss, and as well as it has a transparency trace between hot state and cold state, so that you can maintain the out temperature. You can see if the outdoor temperature is 45, using this type of glass, you can maintain your indoor temperature around 30, 32. So almost 10-15 degree lesser temperature. Another thing is that we have developed the zinc doped IN203 glasses. So it has a very beautiful thing that it has a synergistic effect of a clean, hydrophobic layer. So, and as well as it can change the transparency and cooling behavior. And you can see that if the outer temperature goes to 65, we still maintain the indoor temperature is 30 degree. So that's the benefit to get how this window glasses saves your building energy to get it more comfortable environment at home. So in conclusion, just for your take of home messages, so that there is a multiple scope in oxide in photovoltaics, and also I am happy to collaborate to anything so regarding its theoretical aspect, modeling, any biological aspects if you can find from there. And of course policy making is important, so if anybody is interested to do that, I am happy to connect with them. With this, there is a plenty of opportunity to come in the UK. Please go to these websites, and there is a plenty of funding opportunities currently leading. Go and check. Those who are wanted to come in the UK and go for the higher studies, always check, and this is the information I want to share with you guys. And thank you so much for your kind attention and giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So I will not take any questions because of lack of time. Okay, thank you. So in view of the lack of time, we will not take any questions. I would request that whoever wants to talk to Dr. Anurag to communicate over email or other methods. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll call the next speaker, Dr. Nirman Chakraborty, Mr. Nirman Chakraborty, to come and deliver, but please restrict your talk to 10 minutes.
Hello, hello. Yeah, okay, thank you. So, good morning everyone. I am Nirvan Chakraborty from Functional Materials and Devices Division. And the topic of today's presentation is material surface analyte interactions with similar energy rates vary as quadratic function of topological polar surface area of analytes. I have arranged my talk among the following key points. So, I won't go details into those, but I will just come main to the topic. So you see that for us, we people who are working on solid-state gas sensors, chemical-resistive gas sensors, one common problem that we face is a problem of cross-sensitivity. That is, even if a sensor is, it is designed to sense or detect a particular gas, there is ample chance that it will detect other gases as well. In one of my own cases of aluminum-doped tin oxide chemical-resistive sensor, I could see that it was though an ethanol sensor, but there was also competition from other VOCs and gases as well. And this is a problem that is faced almost by every sensor scientist. So everywhere, people are trying to develop more selective gas sensors. Now, the question is that what is the concept of selectivity, which is the prime requirement for a sensing application? So when I'm talking about sensors, I want to give a brief review of how sensors work, chemical-resistive sensors actually. So when a material is exposed to air, the oxygen being more electronegative, gets attached on the surface via the dangling bonds, and it pulls electrons from the system. Now, whenever it is interacting with some gas or some VOC, it provides an alternative pathway for a heterogeneous catalytic pathway, a low energy pathway, and this material breaks down based upon the temperature of operation, and the electrons that were released are again given back to the system, and it you can record the change in resistance that we eventually measure in terms of response. So you see that if cross-sensitivity is such a problem, now, I just remember one of the words from one of my teachers in university who says that when you are in a problem, you must stay in the problem and try to solve it out. We should not avoid that. So we did the same thing. We stayed in the problem, and we tried to understand what literature says. Literature says that surface morphology, surface porosity, surface electronic structure, particle size, and surface energetics are some common points which we can change or which we can tune in order to achieve the desired sensitivity or selectivity. But the question is, every case is different from one another. Okay. So there is no common pattern or common understanding that we could find on this particular topic, how to evade cross-sensitivity. Now we thought, what if there is something we could do with the target analyte? Okay. So you see that this is a simple diagram that actually shows what has been done, and this is our thought process. Now let me come to a very interesting paper in 1998 and 2000 in the Journal of Medicinal Chemistry. This work is the first work that shows how you can actually calculate or you can consider a molecule in terms of its polar parts. And you can calculate the topological polar surface area of a molecule and define it as a descriptor as for drug delivery across the membranes. It could be any body membrane. And they found that the relationship between the polar surface area and the permeability of drug molecules was basically an inverse relationship. Okay. So this gave us an idea, why not use the concept of topological polar surface area of target molecules to explain surface phenomena. So you see, we started sensing with a very common material, that is cadmium sulfide. We had some room temperature sensing. As you can see, it's a pure material, so definitely there will be very poor selectivity. It senses almost every gas. We have done like different gases, at least like 15 to 17 gas for each case. And we found it senses almost everything. Now the question is, how can we correlate the sensing pattern with the topological polar surface area of the different gases? Now you see, gas sensing depends on different factors like particle size, morphology, porosity, and etc. So we need to have a common ground based on which we can obtain a correlation. So what we did, we used the common ground as the energy rate of surface interaction, which the term we coined. We used the Arrhenius rate equation, and we divided it with the response time, so we got the energy rate of surface interaction. And what we found, interestingly, for cadmium sulfide, that for responses with similar energy rate of surface interaction, that the relationship between the sensing response and topological polar surface area is not exactly, you can say, inverse relationship, but it is basically a parabolic relation. So, parabolic relation. So you can see over here, with ammonia it is 21. Now we go to pyran, it increases. After that it decreases. So this part, it matches with the previous report that was shown over here, this region. But before this region, means in the initial region, there was no information. So that we got over here, that we can have a parabolic relation. Now you see, the question comes is it a stray finding or is it a general finding? So we did it with different common ceramic materials, some standard materials like tin oxide. We again got sensing with almost every gas. Then we did it with a doped variant, which definitely has some added benefit of selectivity because we have monitored it. Yeah, we have monitored it, or you can tune it in our own way. We did it with TiO2 and anatase phase and with aluminum nitride. And the interesting thing is, in all the cases, we got the similar kind of curve, that is a parabolic correlation. And what is interesting is that all these cases, aluminum nitride, TiO2, SNO2, they all had different morphologies. Like aluminum nitride had a sheet-like morphology, TiO2 and all, they had spherical morphologies. They had different crystal structure, they had different particle size, they had different pore size, everything. So irrespective of whatever is the pore size or morphology or other external factors, or the material factors actually, you can say, temperature as well, because some of them were at room temperature, some were at high temperature, we got the same parabolic correlation, you see. And another interesting thing is, we also got a correlation between sensing response and energy of surface interaction. So for fixed topological polar surface area cases, this is basically a half-power relationship. So if we can increase the ERSI, we can get greater response. How we can increase ERSI? Maybe by reducing the response time, and that we can do by different techniques like changing the pore size and the surface area, etc. So here you can see the correlation factors, that is 0.5 in all the cases. So now let me come to what is the physical mechanism behind this. So we may have also, so what we did, we actually considered that the surface oxygen layer, what was there, and the target gas as two different polar entities. And we calculated the mean energy using this formula. You can see this is the response curve, and this is the energy curve with TPSA. This looks somewhat familiar to like the atom-atom interaction in case of a simple harmonic oscillator, you can say, or a diatomic molecule. So in this range, the interaction starts to become, like favorable. So this basically means that the response is increasing. When the TPSA is in this range, this one critical point, the interaction is maximum, which means this is the minimum energy. And now it shoots, means the energy becomes more positive, the system becomes more, you can say, less responsive. Now you see that there are two different regions of the curve, this region and this region, particularly when the size of the molecule increases, Z increases. And at that time, the energy becomes more positive. This part dominates. And if the size of the molecule is small, in that case, the smaller, this QP part dominates, and we have this kind of region. So now you see that when we did this study, we were not sure that whether it was applicable to other surface phenomena or not. But interestingly, what we found that in case of drug molecules, which are used basically for antidepressant drugs, like amitriptyline, imipramine, methamphetamine, nicotine, with respect to ammonium chloride, they all have the log P, means the partition coefficient value, the same parabolic relationship. This relationship also continues for the different gases when we calculate their partition coefficient across different membranes. So what is the significance of this study? This study is significant because using this correlation, first of all, it has changed the existing concept of inverse relationship. And secondly, if we can tune the molecules in such a way that their non-functional parts are removed and their polarity is changed, that it lies in the correlation curve, then we can actually solve the problem of drug delivery, particularly for anti-cancer drugs, which are difficult to be absorbed across membranes and all. So these are the conclusions which I have already told during the course of my talk. And these are the references. This work of ours got published recently in Sensors and Actuators A Physical. So these are our funding agencies. I thank them all. I want to acknowledge the following, particularly my guide, Dr. Swastik Mandal, for his support and encouragement. These are my publications. You can also find all my works and my patents. You can go to my Google Scholar account and you can check all my work. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nirman, for that exciting lecture. So all of you, please do interact through your peer review things so that you can actually, learn more about this one. Thanks a lot. So I think this brings us to the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. On behalf of the Glamix Fiesta team, I would like to hand over a memento as a token of appreciation to our session chair. So, this is the concluding of our first session of oral presentation. And now we will have a tea break. But before having tea, we will have a group photo session at garden area just outside the KD Sharma Hall. Volunteers will assist all of you. And then we will again reassemble here sharp at 11:30 a.m. for our next event of virtual money, ideas to products. Thank you. The people who is presenting for the virtual money, please be seated in the front row of the podium. Okay? এটা তো তোরটা দাঁড়া এক মিনিট ও খালি একটা চেঞ্জ করছে হ্যাঁ না না স্যার ওর একটা চেঞ্জ করবে ওরা লাইটটা চেঞ্জ করবে তো একই সাথে আসছি এক মিনিট আমি ওইটাই বললাম
এক সেকেন্ড চলো
পারলে বুঝতে পারবে। রিমার্ক কোন? রাজুদা, অডিওটা দেখো তো গিট মারছে। অডিওটাতে গিট মারছে দেখো। গিট মারছে। কিছু বাজানোর মতো এখন লোক নেই এখানে। ছাড় না, কেন তুই আসবি? ছেড়ে দে না, আবার নেই যখন না, ল্যাপটপে দিয়ে দিয়েছি, ছেড়ে দাও। ল্যাপটপে কোনো গান চলছে না, না দে ঢোকা। হ্যাঁ দিচ্ছে, দেখো ল্যাপটপেই দিয়েছে। হ্যাঁ দেখো দেখি, দেখো গেম খাচ্ছে। ল্যাপটপে হুডার এইভাবে হাত দিবি না, হুডার হাত দিবি না, ফোনের নাম দিয়ে হ্যাঁ চোখে লাগছে, হ্যাঁ লাগছে এখানে চোখে, এই জায়গাটাতে, এই সাইড দিয়ে। না এটা লাগছে না চোখে। না আগেরটাতে লাগছিল। ऑडियो ऑडियो तो नहीं है, ऑडियो तो नहीं है। हाँ बताओ, चेंज करते हैं ट्रांसलेट। ऑडियो আছে না, ऑडियो
আসলে এটা নয়, অডিও না, অডিও কোথায় গেল? রোবোটিক্স, উত্তরপ্রদেশের পিনকোড জানো? না তো UTTAN ना?
বন্ধ করলেই ভালো, এই লাইটটাই বেটার। আর মুখে আগুন দেবে আবার কি বলতো, এই লাইটটার জন্য না এটা একটু আচ্ছা হচ্ছে, এই রেজলিউশনটা একটু পুয়ার হচ্ছে, বুঝলে তো? যে কোনো একটা লাইট জ্বালো তাহলে এটা খুব ভালো দেখা যাচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ এটা বেটার, রেজলিউশনটা বাড়বে।
ম্যাম এটা করে নিই তারপর যাবো। অদিতিয়াদি, উত্তরপ্রদেশের পিনকোড জানো? ফাস্ট ফাস্ট একটু দেখো না। তোমার কাজ আছে না গো? সরি 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 এক্সট্রিম, তুমি না করে নাও বরঞ্চ, ইট উইল বেটার। হিউজ চেঞ্জ, এখানে সব ঘেটে গেছে এখানে। ওটাই প্রবলেম। তুমি করো তুমি করো তুমি করো
ইজিয়ার হবে।
ওই কপি পেস্ট করলে না এখানে সে ঘেটে যাচ্ছে।
এ বাবা, তাহলে তো আমি দেখে নিই।
ওই জন্যই বললাম আমি তোমাকে দেখে নাও।
করে না
1 2 3 0 অডিয়েন্সই নেই গো, জানো? অডিয়েন্সই নেই, কোনো কোয়েশ্চেন অ্যারাইজ কেউ করছে না। 1 2 3 0 মানে ডাইরেক্টর ম্যাম তো বেরিয়ে গেলেন। না তুমি করো এবার, বিন্দাস করো কোনটা এটা।
এখানে এতটা ডার্ক দেখাচ্ছে আর এখানে এত ফ্যাকাশে দেখাচ্ছে। বলুন স্যার। হ্যাঁ শিডিউল ছিল, শিডিউল ছিল কিন্তু অন্য নামে ছিল অ্যাকচুয়ালি। মানে নামটা সবার দেওয়া হয়নি, ওই প্রজেক্টের নামটা সবাইকে দেওয়া হয়নি। লাভ নেই।
যা দিয়েছিলি তাই করা আছে, ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, সব কটাতেই একটা করে পয়েন্ট আছে বাবা। হ্যাঁ তোরা তিনজন যেই হোক মানে পুরো স্টেজটাই তোদের থাকবে, আমি এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে ইন্টারাকশন করাবো, মানে এই সিঁড়ি বা এখানে কর্ডলেস নিয়ে শেষ হওয়ার পরে তোরা থ্যাংক ইউ বলার পরে আই উইল, হ্যাঁ মানে দুজন দুটো মাইক এরকম ভাবে নিয়ে নিবি, নিয়ে থাকবে, ঠিক আছে? এই ওখানে বসবি ইয়ের জন্য, বসে পড় ওখানে গিয়ে। And presenterরা সব এই ইয়েতে রোতে, the 3 groups should be in the first row. Kartika, go to that side, already directors have come. নেমে যা। Which one?
SARTHI.
I'm requesting all of you to please take your seats. The students who is outside the auditorium, please come. The session will begin soon. Welcome you all. Myself, Somoshri Sengupta. I'm welcoming you all for this interesting session that is Virtual Money, Ideas to Products. In this session, the young researchers can deliver their passion of innovation and zeal for doing something out of the box. Through the observation of Milton Berle, if opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. This platform will inspire young researchers to generate startup ideas and catalyze their thought for implementation of unique ideas through which the aspiring entrepreneurs will craft elevator pitch and create a value proposition to attract venture capital investors and customers. So I'm inviting the very first group, that is Repello Solution, to the podium to deliver their pitch. Thank you.
হ্যালো দাদা, এই
Once again, good morning, everyone. Hello, investors. So, my name is Shomjyoti Basak, and today I am speaking on behalf of Ripolo Solution. Ripolo Solution deals with water-resistant coating. For the next couple of minutes, I'll be talking about our product, a unique one for our MDF furnitures, and we'll be showcasing some of our products that actually deals with water repellent solutions. So this is our team. Our team comprises of both experienced as well as enthusiasts. This product was actually incubated and nourished and nurtured in CSIR CGCRI in Soil Division quite years back. And then we registered this particular company to this particular registered office in Kolkata. Broadly speaking about materials we use for our household wardrobes, these are three different materials we use. Mainly, these are plywood, medium density fiberboard, particle boards. These particular materials differentiates in particular density wise, but the major difference is in the price. As the medium density fiberboard is just half of the price of the plywood, and this is the reason we choose MDF as a preferred one. The customers, Indian customers, of course, but these are MDF. These are very prone to moistures. It actually degrades the MDF as a whole, the moisture situations. So moisture-resistant MDF is found for the humid condition, which is quite evident in the market. An Indian MR or moisture-resistant MDF costs rupees 70 to 100. It is as actual as plywood, so people do prefer medium-density fiberwood without the moisture-resistant coating. But the imported one, which is specially made and it's like a very good product, it's just 3 times the price of the particular and even more. What is additional is the special resistant coating of the resin, which increases the prices, and also the melamine face panels, which increase the prices. So keeping in view what MDF does and this particular composition, MDF is composed of glue, resin, fibers, paraffin, and water. And this composition actually is very detrimental for this particular moisture situation, and it rather degrades with time. So we have a solution on offer. We introduce a small bottle of coating, actually the coating solution itself. We can actually coat this particular solution in MDF top surfaces, and it is behaved like a superhydrophobic one. Actually, we do that, we use silicon dioxide in liquid form. That's the material we use. It bonds like a glass layer within 1 hour curing time. And it actually adds a 1 to 1.5 micron of thickness to the paint surface. So in the left side, you can see this is the uncoated surface. Water droplet just dribbles into it, and you can see the coated surface. The water droplet dribbles from that. So it is very evident that this particular moisture-resistant coating can actually repel water. Then we are not the only one who are doing this part of coatings and all. We have market competitors and the solution itself. We extensively found that for MDF, there is no such coating available, but for the plywood, we have a Pidilite made marine coat available for the current industrial use. And another one we can find in Amazon also, that footwear clothing. This type of solution is very niche in product, and they actually use fluorine, and its cost is quite high. But the basic difference we need is in the price segment. Also, in the marine coat, they use formaldehyde resin. They use fluorine. We don't use any of them. That makes it environmental friendly, our purpose. And we have a special moisture resistance test criteria, which is available. And we are also environmental friendly application and the Title V compliant. One of the most distinguished factors is 1 hour of curing time and dry time, which varies a lot from this particular marine coat and this particular coating solution, which is available in the market. So showcasing our product actually doesn't hold good. So what's in the offer of the market? When we analyze the MDF market, the current consumption is far behind than China, and the most of the consumption is coming from the south section or the south of the India. But we are really bit sluggish in terms of the usage for plywood versus MDF because we use mostly plywood, but the analyst or business analyst has predicted that we are going to shoot up our consumption demand by 2027. So keeping in view this particular market and demand, most of the demand is going to come from the furniture market. So apparently, this particular CAGR or compound annual growth rate is going to shoot up, and the size of the market is going to shoot up too. It's going to double in 2026. So keeping in mind the market drivers, that what are the main drivers available in the market for this type of cases? That the home loan interest reduction and ease of doing this documentation, this type of thing is helping the real estate sectors. Another thing is the IKEA, which is the world's largest ready-to-assemble furniture uses. This particular IKEA has established its office in Hyderabad, and this is going to increase the demand. Another thing is that in the last 5 years, couple of online home decor platforms are available, and they have been doing extensively surveys and selling out their product in ready-to-assemble mode. One of the important factors I noticed that the reduction in the furniture cycle time. Earlier, we used to use the furniture for 15 to 20 years. Now, this particular time span has been significantly reduced to 7 to 8 years, and also the rapid pace of urbanization. So, looking into the factor, what are the business viability model? For business to customer model, we can directly sell our product to Amazon, Snapdeal, Flipkart, ShopClues, or anything. And in 2022, we target to up to 5,000 units. From the next 3 years, we target to a tenfold, quite aggressive in nature. And then in 2027, we would like to give 1 lakh product in the market. So this is going to significantly boost up our sales. And in the business to business model, we actually like to give a coating solution to. We like to give a proper mechanized coating system to the particular vendors who are Century Ply, Green Ply. They are likely dominating in the market in a large category. So in terms of management words, we find that market sizing is good enough to launch our product. We analyze the TAM-SAM model, and the TAM-SAM model says the total available market for the fiber board is approximately 4,500 crore. For the serviceable available market is 3,000 crore for MDF, and for this category, the moisture-resistant MDF is approximately 900 crore. So this is the serviceable optimal market. In terms of our roadmap and the return on investment, in 2022, we actually try to launch this particular 5,000 plus 5,000 square meters of units, and then can fetch us the revenue up to 3,25,000. We want to significantly grow in the next 5 years so that our ROI can grow to up to 4.3 to 756% of ROI, and then we can yield at least 133% of ROI. The payback time is 3.3 years if we invested 75 lakhs. So this we ask for. We need some fund for marketing, for product specialization, for certification, and some machineries and control, and approximately 10% of equity is an offer for 1.1 trillion crores. So it's up to you, investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Shomojyoti, for this innovative products. Now the session is open for the discussion to the virtual investors if you want to ask some.
Pardon, sir?
How much is the promised return? Suppose I invest 10 lakh, what is your promised return?
So as of date, the return of interest is for first year is 4.3%. It is going to step up.
Promise that?
So depending upon our B2C and B2B sales values, what we intend to percolate in the market.
And how to percolate the market?
By launching our product in the Amazon, Flipkart, this type of online item, as well as the
product on shelf. But if you want to get to Amazon,
yes,
you got to have some product on shelf. Have you done that?
Yes, sir. As I have already told you, sir, This type of product is already available in the market. This is both taken from Amazon.
No, your product.
Yes, sir.
How do you want to launch in the market?
Yes, sir. This product has uniqueness in terms of MDF because no other coating is on MDF.
How going to market start it?
Okay.
People should know that there is a product like
How
that.
you can present it to the market.
Initially, how to start? That's the most
Okay.
difficult part.
Okay, so sir, in the Amazon sector, we have to choose according to the categories.
No,
There
can
are
I suggest something? Best thing is that if you look into many of the spice products, they actually, often you find you are buying some product, a small sachet of a new product. There is a market intervention. They're going to test the market. So I think your model should be that with an existing MDF thing, you start giving them, that is your investment, that when they buy that, they get a bottle of this and this gets tested. So unless that is done, the product will not be launched.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good one. You are asking how much? 75 lakh, 1.1.
1.1 crore for the 10% equity.
10%. Yeah, do you have any already, your product has been launched, any revenue this year, or you are about to launch your product?
I am about to launch my product this year itself, 2022.
Okay.
Yes, and
okay. With that situation, probably maybe we will be interested in investing, but not with that equity.
Okay.
Maybe we can invest maybe 50 lakhs, but we like to have 20% equity. If you are okay, then we can make a deal.
So 20% equity is too high. We can go up to 15%.
You have to manage with that.
Yeah, your product is not yet launched.
Yes.
If we would have seen some kind of revenue rolling, at least like since past 6 months, you have a revenue of 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs. Probably in that case, we would have thought in a different way. But this is a good start, I think.
Sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Like the moment you go to register, they said, why CFO, CTO, same aadmi hai, nahi chalega, this will be different.
Okay, sir.
Somyati,
yes.
I have one queries actually, not as an investor, of course investor also. Thing is that you have projected that durability of your, by using your product, the durability of the, that ply and other things will go up to 15 to 20 years.
Yes.
So will these companies be interested, because nowadays every 5 years and so the mantra is that you change your kitchen, you change your furniture, and like a mobile, every 3 years you have to change mobile, you won't get the parts like that. So whether these companies will be interested, because they are blocking their business for 15 to 20 years. For me, suppose I am buying a green ply for my kitchen, green ply, so 5 to 7 years most it can last. After that everything will be damaged because of water and other things. So I have to buy new ply. Exactly this thing the company wants. So it is a reverse. So companies may not be interested in investing, taking your product because it is blocking their business. Okay. So how do you tackle that?
So any other queries? So regarding that problem statement, basically what I have shown you, that MDF doesn't last for 10 to 15 years at least. It will hardly last for 5 years. But the value is very cheap. Plywood, on a contrary, it's gotten double of MDF. Now, the most easy solution is to coat in repeatable times. What I will show to that, the company should come or ask forward to give efficient solution. If the coating is peeled off or something happens, we can recoat it in a manner, and the cost is very low. Suppose I have shown in for a 5x7 wardrobe, which we fit into our household activities. This actually costs 400 rupees for one coat of solution, or single coating. But this just add a value to it. It increases its lifespan for another 1 year or so. So as on, if we have a fascination for like old furnitures, often we keep for ourselves, for values of like old children and all. So we can actually like secure the product very firmly but at least for 10 years. But after that, we have to discard anyway, because the furniture normal expectancy has become down. So.
Okay, Samjati, to address this, our team, we have an expert team who can address this. We have a solution.
Right, sir.
What Swachha is telling. If you want that solution to address that problem, then we need more equity. Are you ready?
Sir, one of the major problems of this company is that
just say or no, or you can talk to your team and then get back to me
yes, sir.
afterwards.
For that, I have to take team permission.
Yeah, Somjati. Yeah, Somjati, I have a question basically. So, your coating will work against moisture.
Right.
But many times we use the plies are normally used in, many plies are used in kitchen.
Right, sir.
So will it work against steam, your coating? Because in kitchen there will be steam. Will it work against steam? So that you have not proposed.
Yes, sir. Actually, first for the kitchen sink type of MDF, actually melamine face panels are used. And the water sweeps from the...
I do not know any technical terms. Tell me in yes or no terms. So will it work or no?
It will use, but prolonged use will be reduced, sir. Means we have to, if a normal furniture can endure for 10 years, it will endure for at least 3 years. Significantly, the lifespan will reduce for the MDF. We have to coat again and again if there is any leakage of water.
And second thing is, for example, I'm interested in your venture, but I think you are little, your sales speech, what you have shown, that is little overestimated because you have not yet launched your product. How can we expect that there will be a 24 increase in next 5 years? What is the basis of it?
So basis is the market survey. We are experiencing a huge growth in MDF market, and that has compelled us to think about that way. I have already shown that in the Samtam model that 900 crores is our marketed price, and we can actually play a level playing field as a player. So I think, sir, it's a justified one, but if you say, sir, we can reduce it significantly.
That means you are not confident. So just because I am telling that you are overestimated, you are ready to increase it.
No,
so
I have to just shorten up, just to lower down my values.
Interrupt? Right. So we can discuss it later.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Shomojyoti, for this wonderful speech. And now I welcome the second team, that is Aerobotic Tech 3, for presenting their speech.
Hello.
Whatever comfortable, just
sure.
Be on time, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shayan Chatterjee, CEO of Aerobotics Tech 3, with my colleagues and CEO also, Mr. Parthasarathi Kongar and Mr. Abhijit Das, introducing you the Agribo 1.5. Before proceeding to the main chapter, I would like to some features that how we formed the Aerobotics 3. In 2019, I joined NASA Space App Challenge. From there, I did quite well there, and after coming from there, I decided to form a company. And after that, I would like to say something that before proceeding, what is agricultural drone? Maybe some of you are familiar with that, maybe not. So I just want to give a light on agricultural drone. What is agricultural drone? Agricultural drone is a special types of drone which can be used in every agricultural plant. You can use it by, you can use pesticide spraying, crop monitoring health, soil analysis, area mapping, distance maintaining, and there are lots of things you can do. So basically what happened, you can use this drone by using your mobile apps and connect it to the server, and it will give you the exact output, right? So here some problem statements are there. What kinds of problem we are facing actually? First one is the chemical overuse. See, when farmer using the chemical, they doesn't know how to spray and what kinds of amount they have to spray. So this is the main thing, the chemical overuse. Seed planting, area mapping. Area mapping is the very important term. Area mapping means, suppose a drone is flying in air and you have to map the complete area. So that you need to understand where we have to put the seeds, or where we have to put the exact percentage of the chemical. And the constant battery backup is a very general problem. It might be 3 to 4 hours of battery standards in other drone, like I don't want to mention their name, but there are others. And weather monitoring. Oh, weather monitoring is a real problem, because before flying the drone, we can't predict the weather. Rather, no one in the world can detect the exact whether the rain will happen or not. But we are trying to develop an ML. I will come later. And okay, crop health analysis. Here we will use the NDVI process by using the crop health monitoring system. Now this is our product, Agribo 1.5. Here you can see the left of the screen, that is known as, our app, Agribo Tech. And here is a QR code scanner, which you can scan and download the apps. And this is our product. It has 8 liter of tank and 8 hours constant AI battery backup, and it can fly up to 30 feet from the ground. And see, the live feed, and it will record the data. When it's flying, it will completely record the data and send to the user, and it will save in the memory. Now come to the point what we are providing. This is our option. Exact percentage chemical use, I have already said. And then RTL facilities. RTL facilities means return to land. You are maybe known of this term. DJI model has R2L facility. So we have also R2L. Means from where it is flying, if it lost the data, or if it's lost the communication, it will come back to the source state. And the crop health check I have already displayed. Particular pesticide spraying. AI battery system. Now artificial intelligence is the now growing states in everywhere. So we have the AI battery system backup, and it has given our 8 hours battery backup constantly. GIS mapping and live data feed. LiDAR distance management center. LiDAR distance management means, suppose the drone is flying from air up to 10 feet. Now it's realizing that it is not sufficient, it have to down like 5 feet. So the distance will be maintained by using the LiDAR sensor. And surrounding, it has 5 to 7 LiDAR sensor to obstacle from the others. That was the technical specifications, and this is the non-technical specifications. So what we are providing non-technically, we are providing 6 months free servicing after buying the drone, and 1 year warranty. Guarantee is not provided by no one's. So we are providing 1 year warranty, 24/2 customer services, 3 days delivery, test run before flying the drone. This is the most important thing in my view, because if we want to buy something, then test run is needed on the field. And the AI online assistant, that is known as LEMO. These are the current technologies. Current technologies means what others are doing and what we are doing. Others are doing like their efficiency is 87%, 85%, 82%, whether our is quite good. That is at overall 94.7%. Okay, the technical background is now done. From this side, my colleague Mr. Partho Sarathy Kongar will explain you about the marketing and the sales part. Thank you. Partho, take over.
Thank you for demonstrating our technology. So right now in the global market, we have majority of 4 competitors in presence there. First is Precision HK from USA. Second one is 3DR from USA, and DJI, all we know that from China, and Parrot from France. So what is the difference between them and us? That like they are offering the same kind of technology for 5 lakhs rupees, and we are just bounding between flexibility of 2 lakhs and 3 lakhs. Between those, that wholly depend upon the customization the customer require. Okay. At the beginning, we started our manufacturing plant on Uttar Pradesh, in Uttar Pradesh. From there, right now we are grown that in 3 stages, and Uttar Pradesh also 4 stages, and the Uttar Pradesh also we have our offline outlet. So there we can, if anyone want to buy from us, though they can go there and they can customize as per their requirement, and we provide their training to get the drone as operational. Cause for drone you must have a drone license. So we also provide that. We also take that responsibility. Okay, first, this is our B2C model. We believed on B2C model because we have an online platform. So you can see that's why we have an online app. There you can order and there you can get the software to run this drone. So online stores are there, online websites are there, products offers and products payments also done from online. And if you can go our offline store, there you can also manage that. And expedition is also there. Delivery should be done within a time that that wholly depend upon your customization. And customer support is also there. 24/7 we are dedicated to our customers, and feedback is also very much taken care because we really want to develop our product. We don't want to bound it inside this agricultural drone section. As we can see from our features that our drone can be used in several purposes like flood management, disaster management, traffic management, and also army application. There are endless possibilities. So we also want to explore those parts. So this is our roadmap. So right now we just want to explore the whole India, and gradually within 2026 we want to expand our company across the globe so that we can counteract with the global tech giants. So first we started this, we set up our online outlets in 2019, and from 2019 we have 10% revenue at the beginning, and after that 2020 came there, COVID was there, so that time we was slow, but the government was very supportive. That time they are solely focused on the agricultural purposes, so we get 30%, and after that 2021.
You have 2 minutes left for pitching.
Yeah, I know.
Complete.
Okay. We have 38% in 2021 and 25% till now, and we are targeted 95% for within 2026. And we are requesting you guys for 10 crore rupees for 5% equity of our company, because there is lots of place like we need the money for the raw material. We want to make in India very good and testing, and there are some other purposes, and we really want to explore West Bengal. We want to set up a plant in West Bengal so that we can make outlet in the eastern region of our country.
Before proceeding, I want to request you just take a look of our website.
Sam will show you that.
Yes, sir.
It's not working due to the power.
Not an issue. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, the team. And again, now it's open for the investors if you want to ask something.
Purchased by a farmer or Gram Panchayat?
So definitely, it will be purchased by a farmer, sir.
No farmer will buy. The reason is that it will be ideal for most of the time.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir?
It will be ideal for most of the time. See, if an equipment is purchased, if you look into the farm utilization of equipment, no farmer buys it unless he's goddamn rich. It is purchased by Gram Panchayat or the Agricultural Extension Center. They lease out to the farmer for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. When they come back, the utilization is maximum. Secondly, I am a person who will rent it on service.
Sir, rented service.
I buy it from you.
Yeah, sure.
And rent it on service to other farmers. Will you sell it to me?
Yes, sir, definitely we will.
Okay, then why you are not buying the drones from outside and have a company which gives the drone service to start with?
Sir, because to do these kinds of things, they have a lot. Their range is higher, but our initial cost is low. So if we made it,
I'm asking you that instead of making it, you buy this 10 lakh drone and make your own company who will give it to the service to the farmers.
Definitely, sir, but it will make just a business. There no research and development was there. But in that field, when we are making, their research and development is completely in our hand.
Then the important point is that will it be operable at night?
Yes, sir, it will be operated at night. But the upcoming drone, we will try to do that thing. But at present, this drone can be operated on only in day purpose. Thank you,
Anyone
sir.
else want to?
No other investors?
You have shown 8-liter tank, something like that?
Yes, sir.
So 8-liter for carrying what?
Sir, carrying for the pesticides. Carrying for the pesticides and all the solvent was there, like water they use.
Okay. So your battery will be sufficient to operate because 8-liter is quite
yes,
huge weight. So
Yes, sir, this is that is 8 hours battery backup is sufficient, because if you are very obvious and if you search something, then at present they are providing just 3 to 4 hours and constant charging after that with 2 hours battery or 2 hours charging. But 8 hours battery backup, I think it's more than sufficient, because there are, in our design, I just want to just explain, not to go in details. 2 batteries are consistently there. One battery will be power shutdown, then according to the second one will be turn on. So these are 4 hours and 4 hours. This total is 8 hours battery backup.
Okay. My next question is that when you are carrying pesticides, so who will monitor or program the pesticide spraying? Because operation of the drone cannot be done by the farmer or unless
Definitely, sir. I understand your question. Basically the thing is that we have our own app. It good if it is good. I'll show you, but the app I don't have, means the video file. But I want to explain it. We have an app, and if you want to control the drone to the app, it will give you live feedback. Then where it is needed the exact pesticides by the NDVI process, it is normalized the differential vegetational index. What actual they do, they take the IR from that sensor, from that data, and it will give us the feedback. Where suppose there are some healthy crops, it will give the another data. It has unhealthy crop, then the term will be red, and then the data will be sent to another format. Suppose there is a suppose the square feet is there, and at the right side there is a green healthy crop and it's an unhealthy crop. So it is needed more pesticides are there. So it will program and it will spray automatically by expanding the nozzle size. By expanding the nozzle
I understand. Lots of control systems are there. With these control systems sophistication, what is the price of your drone?
Between
Sir, it will 2 to 3 lakhs.
2 to 3 lakhs.
Between it's depend actually it depends upon the customization. It can vary between 2 to 3 lakh.
2 to 3 lakh means your marketability means number of drones, sellability. How much you are expecting for next 1 year? How many?
Sir, right now within 2021 we have sold 170 sales were there in 2021. So that speaks a lot. Actually, our market is in the larger farmer. Like in West Bengal or the eastern region part of the country, there are small farmers. We have not acre kind of lands, but western sides there are larger farmers. So that's why we primarily targeted on that parts. And right now we are trying to spread our company.
And by the beginning of year 2022, our sales rise from 38 to 55%. And Madhya Pradesh was the state which came first. At first we targeted from Uttar Pradesh, then gradually our customer satisfaction increased and we reached up to Madhya Pradesh. Now we are targeting West Bengal.
Okay, thank you.
Just one. Till how much you are asking? Like 10
So we are asking for 10 crores.
10 crore for
5%.
Yes, sir.
To me, it appears little high. I mean, 10 crores is high for 5% because you have shown your last 3 years revenue. That is good.
Yes,
numbers, sir. And it's keep on increasing, and your product cost is good. But as other investor has asked, your business model, B2C may not work here. Although you have shown something, some revenue is growing on, that is very good. If you want to double or triple that revenue, as he was telling, we you need to approach Gram Panchayat or cooperative societies of farmers of the regional districts, and so that you can even double or triple your sales. That if you want to build up on that, then probably we can invest not that much, but we still 10 crores means at least we need 25% equity. That is one point. Just one point. And you said for drone you need license and you provide that also. Yes. That is a good point, good strong point.
Yes, sir.
So you just think it over and then let us know.
So sir, if you can see our past record, for 3 years we are operating right now from 2019. We only in 2021 we have sold like 4 crore 28 lakh. So that speaks a lot. So that's why we are asking.
That's good. Our target, what I am telling you, is to triple or 4 times or 10 times your sales.
No. So aerobatics.
That we can help. That we can help.
So what is your counter performance? What you are offering?
25.
25 lakhs of
25% equity.
25 lakhs of 25% of equity.
10 crores we
10
can
crores,
give.
25% of equity.
Think it over and then we'll talk later.
Can we have 1 minute, sir, for discuss with each other? 10%.
Yeah, another person who wants to.
Excuse me. Will be responding.
Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, 15% will be okay.
First of all.
Deal, sir.
Yeah. Just consult this.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, the basic customers for your project is farmers only, no?
Yeah.
What is the per piece you are quoting?
Sorry?
Per piece.
Per piece of drone.
Per piece of coating.
Price.
Yeah.
Price.
How much?
3 lakhs. 3 lakhs.
It varies. It varies. It between 2 to 3 lakhs.
The lifetime?
Lifespan is 5 years. 5 years after that, you can come to our outlet and we can service that, and that's why it can expand its lifetime more.
And our servicing cost is very low.
Okay, what's the total cost of your project?
So total cost of the product.
10 crore.
Project.
That's
The total project.
Project.
Like it's take like 1 lakh to manufacture that.
Total cost of the
total
project.
cost he is asking.
You asking to how much I have to spend to make the drone, right? It is around
the total cost of the project or a company.
Total company cost. Total company cost is around 15 to 20 crores.
Okay. I want to acquire full company.
Valuation is 10 crores.
I want to acquire complete company. And how much share you want?
How much share we have?
Like
I can acquire for 20 crore.
Cyan owns 50% shares. I own.
No, the company it should be in my hand. I want to be a big contributor for that, and I will be investing 20 crore. And based on that, or out of that, how much share you are expecting for the idea and whatever you have done up to now? Yeah, I ready to buy.
Okay, we can.
He wants to invest 20 crore.
I think you can discuss this.
Thank you, sir.
With him.
Yeah, I should be the owner, and I should be the manager.
No,
You
we
choose
don't want
between
to
two.
give that.
The
That's
cost
why we are
I'm
believing
paying
on
only for your idea.
B2C model.
See, you are offering us 20 crores, right?
Yeah.
And you are
And
trying
after
to
that,
you will be the owner. You will be the owner.
I'll be the owner. I'll be complete.
You will, if you offer us 50 crores, but I
Easy.
can't give you the ownership.
Without anything. I mean,
You can give us 100 crores. I can give you
the
the
complete
ownership.
rights.
Yes, we will
And
be the
zero-
owner. We are, and we will.
Zero
Okay,
share to you.
okay. Please, guys, let's move on to the next segment, next team. I'm calling the Space Edge Technology team for their next pitch. And please be silent. Please.
You may start.
Guys, you may start, please. Please start.
Hello, yeah. Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vibhas Kumar, and I am here on the behalf of our company, Space Age Technology Solution Private Limited. Today, we are here to pitch our newest product, finest in the line. Ladies and gentlemen, on the right of your screen, Cool Vision 800. But before you get into our product and our business and what we do, we would like to introduce ourselves as a company and our members. So, we are a small Kolkata-based techno research firm where we convert innovative ideas, research ideas into innovative products. We innovate.
We research.
We bring change. Hi, I am Biplav Das, CEO and co-founder of this company.
Hello, I am Devparna Majumdar. I am the CPO and co-founder of the company.
And I am the MD of the company. Along with us, the fourth member of our company is Dr. Ashish Kumar Mandal, who is our technical advisor, executive member, and chairperson for board of directors. So now we will talk more about the product. So every industry or research firm has their own set of challenges. We are going to talk about the challenges faced by the industries or research firm which deals with very high temperature operations or laser formations or some kind of environment which includes any kind of infrared radiations. We have summarized our problem into 3 segments. First category is visual comfort. Every day, hundreds or millions of researchers, factory workers, technical officers are subjected to furnaces. For example, in the steel industry, a furnace operates at a temperature higher than 1500 degrees centigrade. In glass industries, furnaces operate up to 2000 degrees centigrade. This doesn't even make them very uncomfortable at work. Also, it is very harmful for their eyes and the skin. Unknowingly or knowingly, they do not even know about it. The second category is visual selectivity. Specifically, people who are working with the lasers are very specific about what kind of lasers and what kind of infrared radiations they are working with. They specifically work with very high intense, 1 micron, maybe 2 micron monochromatic lights. They are very choosy, or they have to be very significant about what kind of laser they want to interact with and what kind of laser they do not wish to interact with. Third and the most important one, visual safety. Imagine a construction worker who is working with weldings and all. Unknowingly or knowingly, he interacts with many kinds of, God knows what kind of radiations, from ultraviolet to infrareds. And it would be very intriguing for you guys that one of the leading causes of cataract is our prolonged exposure to infrared radiations. It can also lead to blindness, even to complete blindness. Although, and the saddest part about it, most of these problems are tackled by, in India, 70% of them are tackled by cheap 200, 300 rupee glass IVs. But on the good side, there are some business models, there are some companies which have some high-end heat-absorbing goggles. These are the global leaders. These are the top 4 global leaders who make safety glasses, and these are their flagship products. This slide looks good, but there are some problems. The biggest problem is the cost. This creates an affordability gap amongst the manufacturer and the user. Second biggest problem is this graph, which might not be very significant for many of you guys. So this is basically about their applicability. Imagine a person who is working with lasers. Let's say that guy is working with a 1 micron laser, and now he is supposed to switch from 1 micron to 2 micron. So earlier, if he was using one glass which was protecting him from that laser, now he has to switch to another glass. Because the rangeability of that glass is not, rangeability of these products is not that good, that it can cover all kinds of radiations. So altogether, we have summarized these 2 problems into 2 categories. First is high price, and the underlying cause is their outdated technology. And second is limited range of application, which is also the underlying reason is lack of research and development. But this was the sad part of the story. Now we'll go to the good part of the story, our product. We are very proud to announce that we have been able to achieve a glass which can absorb all kinds of infrared radiations and UV light other than the visible range. This one glass can be used for multiple situations. For example, it can protect you from near infrared, far infrared, not far infrared, mid infrared, and UV protection and furnace uses. And the good things do not stop here. We are doing it at a very affordable price. The reason is we are using futuristic high-end technology. That is highly efficient, eco-friendly microwave heating process. Our estimated price is $100 to $120, which converts to $10,000 to $15,000. Altogether, investors, our technology is legally protected, and so is the money. But at the end of the day, any product has to reach its customers, and then only it will be fulfilled. To talk more about our business front and sales, I would like to hand over the presentation to Mrs. Majumdar.
Thank you, Vivash. So the most important question, who will be our customers? As we all know, lasers and high temperature furnace are useful for many industries because they are using for several metal processing, material processing, and also the lasers have become a leading technology in all the medical sectors. So our customers can be steel industries, medical sectors, engraving industry, rail industry, metal processing industries, also where the glass processing is done, all the materials are done. So practically, if I say, any industry or any firms who are using lasers and high temperature furnace, for them our safety goggles will be the most key requirement. If you see from this, survey of research says 93% of the market was covered by eyewear in the year of 2018. Rest, 3 to 4% was only by the lens and ocular health. And this chart also says in 2018, the business market has reached to $90 billion for eyewear. And for every year, it's just gradually increasing. Assumption says in 2026, the market can reach to more than 160 billion. Rest, the cost and the rest plan of our work will be explained by our CEO, Biplab Das.
Thanks, Ms. Majumdar. So as we have presented our current vision, what we have or what we can deliver now at this point of stage. But we don't want to resist ourselves in this laser safety goggles. We have a more great vision towards the different other sectors that we can explore based on our product potential. Okay. And for this, to reach our target, we need the expert guidance, investment, as well as good suggestions. And for this, and so we categorize few of the sectors that there we can use our glasses. One is the anti-heating window, anti-heating windshield, and the commercial glasses. This is our future plan. And for this, we need the guidance and expert help and investment for from the investors. And now we are looking for 5 crores and 5% equity. What do you think, investors?
Thank you, team, for this innovative idea. Any queries from the investors? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm drawn to your enthusiasm.
Thank you so
So,
much, sir.
but I'm a little skeptic that whether I'll be investing my money at the proper place or not, because the idea you're proposing, that is too good to be true. Because, and this is a social problem. Have you approached government? Because they may find you.
Yes, sir.
Have you approached any government agency? Because this is a social problem, night vision and all.
No, sir, not yet. We are trying. We are just about to do that.
Because then it will be easier for you, no?
Yeah, but we used to begin our business. We used
Actually,
to
we
make
are
more money
launching
than-
our company, not yet. So we need experts' help as well.
Oh, you need experts' help.
From investors, we need experts' help as well.
So then how have you come to this conclusion that by giving 5 crore, people will get 5%? Because a lot of things are in doldrums, no? It's dicey, it's still not fixed.
Now, if you have the trust on us, we are a R&D-based company, then we can think together and make it
I have all the trust on you, but I'm worried about my money, whether I will get return of that money or not.
Sir,
Right?
actually, the initial investment is little high. But once we get those, once we are settled, then we can reach to the profit, because all the furnace cost is just a one-time investment. We want multiple furnaces because we wanted a production to be higher. Because microwave heating, we all know it are limited, now the quantity is much lesser. So we need more number of furnaces for that. But initial costing is only high. Once we complete that, then the profit margin is very higher.
So you want to do business with my money. So I want to get 50% of equity. Yes, that's what I'm
Even
getting.
we don't have 50%. We have only 25, 25, 25 and 30.
Should I?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So I am basically an investor from Tata. You know, we have
Yes, sir.
Titan I Plus. So I am very much interested in your project.
Yes,
so what I found that you are only thinking about glass.
Yes.
But whatever futuristic products you have shown, glass primarily for high melting applications. But futuristic applications, we have our product, polycarbonate based product. So are you thinking of taking it to the next level, like in addition to glass, then you will move to polycarbonate lenses,
Sir,
whatever?
Furnace is one use, another is lasers. Lasers is now, it's getting one of the leading in every industries. Most of the industries are using laser. If you see the curve, from the curve, it's clear that it can block the NIR, IR to mid-IR. So it's applicable for those industries also.
So you were talking about high temperature. What is the maximum temperature you are expecting to have? Maximum temperature, sir.
So 1500, yes.
So it is glass, completely glass is
Yes.
the only alternative. There
Yes.
is polycarbonate cannot work. But futuristic applications, I think Mr. Biplav has shown some futuristic applications.
Yes.
So there, does polycarbonate play as your competitor material? So that is
Okay.
my question.
Okay.
And are you going to work on that also? Then I will be interested to invest.
Yes, sir, definitely, sir. We want to broaden our range, not to applicable to one glass only.
That is the point, that we need not only the investors as well as the experts, or we want to work with you.
Sir, the glass production is also limited. We want to just expand it. For building all these anti-heating windows, production should be much higher. For that, more R&D.
One thing we found, that it will be a made in India product.
I have a question, not as an investor, but as a layman user. You know, even class 10 pass man will tell you, if I absorb energy, it will heat up.
That is
तो
true.
आपका गॉगल से आप एनर्जी अब्जॉर्ब करेंगे, उसका टेम्परेचर कहाँ जाएगा? ऊपर हो जाएगा ना टेम्परेचर. So it will heat up. Particularly you are absorbing IR, near IR and all this thing, the temperature of goggles will go up. So हम cool कैसे रहेंगे?
So it is not for like prolonged use, but it is for immediate help with the infrared
एक
rays.
बात बताओ, वो गर्म हो जाएगा, goggles कहाँ रखेंगे?
It won't heat up to, like, say, it won't boil up.
Scaring your investor. You will not invest. If this problem is not solved, your product will not sell.
That is true. That is true. We understand the problem. But sir, the thing is that right now, we know that it can heat up, but also we know that it is not for prolonged use. Like I won't ask you to wear it for like 4 hours and stay.
A worker working in a furnace, you tell him is not for prolonged use.
Not for much prolonged. It is to immediately restrict you from the infrared rays.
Sir, if I'm talking from laser application, it's a radiation heat. Actually, the prolonged that laser does not focus on the glass.
Radiation in your laser is in the which wavelength range?
Sir, it's we can go to NIR, IR to mid IR.
IR laser.
Yeah.
But the power there is not very high. I am talking of a furnace.
Yeah.
It will heat up.
Yes.
It doesn't heat up that much, sir. We don't interact with the.
Sir, but without that use, the thing is getting to the cause of eye damage. That is more dangerous, I think, sir.
Okay, but you know, एक बात बताओ, तुम बोला you have trust on us.
Yes.
When you are going to someone paying money to you, that is the last word you should use. You are, not say, भाई हमसे क्षमा कर दो, हमें प्यार कर दो, हमें रुपया दे दो. That should not be your thing. That is you trust us. No, you go with your strength and product.
Yes.
And then that guy will trust you.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah, how much you are asking?
5.
So the cost, if you see the 5 crore is high for you.
See, that's what. Actually, I can give 15 15 crore for 5%.
15 crore for 5%. 30 crore.
Sir, 10% is okay.
No, I am giving.
Oh, okay.
He is giving more to you.
I am giving 15 for 5 for the same percent equity. So you should jump like anything. You should accept this.
Yes.
So, but don't you get any like
any
question
condition
or something like that? Why
Any
I am giving
condition
so much,
applied
3 times more?
points, you should ask him.
Thank you
I'll-
for that, officer.
No, why I am giving, I will let you know. You didn't ask question. Because you know your technical advisor, Ashish. In fact, no, he is also technical advisor. So I think we both are friends since childhood, okay? So we studied the same college as well. And he has gone to research, but somehow I am more keen to make money, so I came in a different field. But still I have a full confidence in him, and then we regularly meet also, Ashish.
Yeah.
So we'll give 15 crores just because of Ashish, and we'll take 5%. All the technical help, everything we will give you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Just a few seconds. A student want to ask something to you.
Hi.
Hi Vivas.
Hi.
So I don't want to ask you any question. Like I want to make a suggestion. Like first make a production line of your floor glass or architectural glass. That would be good for you. From there you can generate money and you start your production plan and grab that way and make money. And from there you can branch your production line. Like that is another way.
Yeah, we haven't even started. Like
Okay.
everything has
Thank
time,
you.
right? We are at a very early stage.
Okay. One more.
Hi, Vivash.
Hi, sir.
Vivash, you are specified. They have specified that that is a heat absorbing glass, right? No. Leave. Go to the next slide. Go. Another slide. Stop. What is the necessity for your commercial sunglasses? It's a two different things, na?
Why?
You need a design expert. You need to analyze the what is latest fashion in marketing in market, at least for commercial sunglasses. So don't you think that you are distracted from your actual field?
No. We are expanding our field. So Ray-Ban and Lenskart are already doing it already. So it is very scientific. The commercial sunglasses which are
I mean,
available.
as a friend, my suggestion is grab one thread and you reach a target, and then
Right now we are specializing that.
Right now we are concentrating on design only. Then the next target is the anti-heating windows. Then after all those, then we can think of doing that.
Yeah,
Then
that's good.
for that time we will get famous in the market, I'm sure.
Good luck, guys.
So thank you all. For after finishing this, so we have to thank this team for the innovative idea. So thank you.
Thank you.
And for the next segment, that is the oral presentation, I am handling the responsibility to Shushmita. Shushmita, please.
Pen drive is pen drive. Whose pen drive is it? Logitech. Huh? তুই এটা থেকে ডিরেক্ট বলে দিস ছেড়ে দে এখন করতে আসো
Sure.
হ্যাঁ ছেড়ে দে এখন করতে আসো
Please be on the stadium. Please be seated.
So, good afternoon to all of you. Once again, welcome you all for our second session of oral presentation. I would like to request Dr. Mrinal Pal. Okay. Okay. So, I would like to request Dr. Vamsi Krishna Balla, Chief Scientist, CSIR CGCRI, to kindly chair this session. Thank you, sir. Okay. So, Kartik.
Presentation was that will be
Good afternoon. Oh,
They will give you the pointer.
Student, please be seated in the seats.
Now these three. Yeah. So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second oral session of this Clamix Fiesta. So, as you all know that we are running late, so I will not take any more time. Just to say that we had a very interesting session just now, and again we are going for this oral presentation. In this presentation, there are three speakers. So, first speaker is Kartika P.
Yes, sir.
You are? Okay.
I'm Kartika Parthiban.
Yeah, okay. So you start your presentation, and please keep in mind that try to finish by 8 or 9 minutes. And for every presentation, I will take only one question. Okay?
Sure,
So
sir.
your time start now.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Kartika Parthiban, and I'm going to give a presentation on morphology study on isothermally oxidized multi-layered functionally graded thermal barrier coating system. So first let us see what is thermal barrier coating system. If you see the materials which are used for the components which are using at the elevated temperature, they are prone to get degraded. So by somehow we have to protect those things. So there is a special category of materials called thermal barrier materials which protect the components operating at elevated temperatures. And but mostly the materials are applied in the form of coatings. So only it got the name thermal barrier coatings. So, and basically thermal barrier coatings are heat resistant ceramic coatings, and it has a duplex, it itself is a duplex structure. So first is the superalized substrate, and second comes the bond coat, and third is the top coat. And in between there is a thermally grown oxide, and I will explain the function of each layer in the upcoming slides. And right side, that is a typical image of the application of thermal barrier coating system. And you can see, as I already told, the thermal barrier coating system is basically to protect the material from high temperature, which means it has to protect it from the actual exposing temperature. You can see on the right side, that is the actual temperature, which the operating temperature where the component is used, and this is the component. So this is the thermal barrier coating, and it reduces the temperature, actual exposure of temperature, and thereby it increases the lifespan of the component. So that is the primary function of a thermal barrier coating system. And what is the requirements? So first is good phase stability. Since we are using it at higher temperature, the phase stability is the primary criteria. It should not change its phase. If it changes, then property changes and everything changes. And second is low thermal conductivity. As I already mentioned, primary factor is thermal insulation. So the thermal conductivity should be low. And third point is the matching thermal expansion coefficient. Since it is a coating system, there are different types of layer involved. So it is an important role that every layer should match with the thermal expansion coefficient. And since we are using at higher temperature, corrosion and erosion are the most prone reactions. So it has to be resistant towards that also. And high fracture toughness, which means even if some cracks or some other flaws develop in the system, it has to withstand even after the flaws develop. So that is meant by high fracture toughness, and lower sintering rate and high creep resistance. And next comes the function of the thermal barrier coating system. As I already mentioned, top coat. Top coat is the outermost layer, and the main function of top coat is the insulation. So it has to be in porous nature. And commercially used or most preferably used ceramic is yttria stabilized zirconia. And second comes the bond coat, and this is the next layer immediately touching the superalloy substrate. And the main function of this layer is, as the name suggests, a bond coat. It has to match the thermal expansion with the top coat as well as the substrate. And another one role which the bond coat plays is that even since the top coat is a porous in nature, even if some oxygen ions or any material, if passes through the pore and comes towards a substrate, it will get oxidized. But before that, this bond coat oxidates itself, which means it acts as a sacrificial superficial layer, and it itself gets oxidized before the metal getting oxidized, thereby protecting the material. And the preferred material is M, chromium, aluminum and yttrium alloy, where M can be nickel, cobalt or iron, any metal, and chromium aluminum is the base material and yttrium is the reactive material. And so as the third is thermally grown oxide. As I already mentioned, this is a grown oxide, which means it developed during the operation process. It is not deposited or during the manufacturing process. Since, as I already mentioned, the bond coat reacts with the air which comes via the pores. So that product reaction is the thermally grown oxide. And basically the bond coat system composition is chosen in such a way that an ideal oxide develops. The ideal oxide is always aluminum oxide because it has phase compatible which matches with the yttrium stabilized zirconia, and it is a slowest growing oxide. Because even if the TGO grows more also, that is harmful for the system. So that I will explain later in the upcoming slides. And the aim. So the aim of the experiment is to develop reliable and efficient oxidation resistant as well as corrosion resistant coating for the gas turbine components. So my objective here is that I did an isothermal oxidation study on multi-layer functionally graded TBC system. TBC means thermal barrier coating system, using a glass ceramic based composite coating. As I already mentioned, the bond coat or whatever the coating, they will be using like metal alloys. But here I am replacing the metal alloys, that is nickel, cobalt, chromium, aluminum and yttrium, with the glass ceramic one. And also I am comparing the function or the behavior of the glass ceramic one with the conventional ones. So first is the composition of the system. So I am using the pneumonic superalloy substrate, and this is the composition of the system. And then the glass ceramic system which I am taking, this slide shows the composition of the system. And this is how the system looks like, which means first will be the substrate and second will be the bond coat, which is glass ceramics. For conventional system, it is a metal alloy which has been replaced by the glass ceramic system of the composition which I mentioned in the earlier slide. And in between, I am introducing the 75 weight percentage of glass ceramic and yttrium stabilized zirconia composite coat. And finally comes the top coat. So that system looks like this. So, and how I am preparing is that first I am depositing the glass ceramic coating by enameling technique. So first is powder preparation and second is the enameling technique. And this is the powder preparation. I am taking the glass batch material, I am melting it, and then after water quenching I will get the glass bits and I am milling it to a micron powder size. And then I am taking that fine ground glass powder. I am making a batch material of 75% of glass powder and 25% of yttrium stabilized zirconia. And then I am again wet milling it to make a composite powder. And then this is the enameling technique. Once the powder are ready, I am just making a slurry with clay as a bonding agent of 50% solid loading. And I am conventionally spraying it on the grid blasted substrate because grid blasting is done to create a mechanical anchoring so that the addition is good. And then I am drying the coated substrate at 100 degree for 1 to 2 hours. And then I am firing. First firing is for glass formation. And then again the glass formed, that substrate is subjected to again heat treatment. Thereby I am ceramizing it and forming a glass ceramic bond coat as well as the glass ceramic YSRS composite coat. And the top coat application is by APS technique, that is atmospheric plasma spraying technique. And the slide shows the thing. These are the plasma spray parameters. And then these are the powder studies which are been done, that the density of the powder and the particle size, and then the layer wise micro hardness measurement of each layer. And you can see the composite one have the higher hardness as well as the Young's modulus compared to the glass ceramics as such. And then this is the coefficient of thermal expansion studies done for all the material which makes a structure of the TBC system. And then the isothermal oxidation study was carried out at 1100 degrees centigrade at an interval of 10 hours. And this is the graph which shows that.
2 minutes more.
And this is the graph which shows that, and that is the optical image of the sample, how it looks. So these are the phase analysis of as coated ceramic, glass ceramic and yttrium stabilized zirconia composite as well as bond coat. So the major phases are magnesium titanate and magnesium silicate, and there are some unspinel phases too. And more or less same in the composite also, where we can see some diffraction peaks of zirconia which says that there are yttrium stabilized zirconia inclusions in the coating. And this is the phase analysis of before and after oxidation. So before the bare metal substrate, which was in the cubic structure, and after we can see some aluminum oxide and chromium oxide phases which exist in the hexagonal crystal structure. And then for the glass ceramic, the magnesium titanate, magnesium silicate and spinel phases before oxidation, and after oxidation we can see the major phases of mullite phases, and as well as magnesium, some small traces of magnesium titanate but in the different crystal structure. And then the magnesium silicate, it is also in different structure like spinel. And then this is how the image look like. I have got some images of after oxidation sample. So this is the top coat, and here also we can see, because while depositing, I am depositing the yttrium stabilized zirconium which have the tetragonal crystal structure, but after oxidation we can see some monoclinic phases have erased. And then this is the glass ceramic and yttrium stabilized zirconia composite layer. Here also we can see similar phases of mullite, but actually here you can see some zircon peaks also, which says that the YSRS inclusions have reacted with the glass matrix to form some zircon, and then some SiO2 is in the cristobalite form. And then the FPSM analysis, this is the microstructure of the bare metal. I have shown the real picture to show that there are some chromium scales you can see on ice, and beneath that there is some aluminum scales also. I will show in the later slides. And this from here you can see in the grain boundaries that it is basically of Al2O3 as well as some Cr2O3. And then this is the morphology of the glass ceramic bond coat, and this is how as coated substrate looks like, and the morphology of it looks some like agglomerated spheres, a rod shape, clubbed to form a rod shape. And then this is the after FESM image of the oxidized sample. Here you can see the...
your time is up, please conclude.
Yes, sir. Parallelepiped shape, and then here is the morphology of the composite coat, how it differs from the sharp faceted shape after oxidation. And then this is the morphology of the YZS, and this is the cross section of as received. Here you can see the substrate bond interface. I'm just explaining. And this is the after cross section. We have found some delamination crack, and we have also found some reaction layer forming at the nickel pneumonic alloy substrate and the bond coat interface. We have found some reaction layer consisting of Al2O3 and Cr2O3 scales, and basically since we have found the spallation, and it is basically because of the structure phase transformation of the zirconia from tetragonal to monoclinic form, which involves a volume expansion of approximately 3 to 4%, and that has caused some internal stresses in the system, which has led to the failure of the system. So our future works will be further gradation of the glass ceramics till the YZS layer, and operation temperature at different operation temperature. Since 1100 is quite high, we will try on lower temperatures as well, so that to see how much it can go, or we will compare it with only the glass ceramic bond coat without gradation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kartika. One small question I can take, if there are any. One. Yeah, only one, please.
Anyone?
Yes, quickly.
So Kartika, thank you so much. It's a very nice presentation. So it's not a question. I would like to increase my understanding. That's what I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
So you are telling the cause of failure for the bond coat is the phase transition from monoclinic to, from tetragonal to monoclinic, right?
Yes, that
Why
is
is
also.
it?
Sir.
Yes. So my suggestion is, why are you not using, probably you are using 3-4% percent doped zirconia, right? To stabilize zirconia, because that's what you get tetragonal.
Yes, sir, 8%.
So instead of that, if you increase the doping percent to 8%, you will get cubic, for example. And that will remain as cubic even at the room temperature to high temperature, even up to, for example, up to 2200 degrees centigrade. So why are you not thinking of using this YSZ, 8 mole percent YSZ, instead of using 3-4% YSZ?
Yes, sir. Actually, we need the tetragonal form of zirconia, sir, because it has the low thermal conductivity. So, like, we are using that. Okay, I will also work on the 8 mole percentage of yttrium stabilized zirconia.
Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kartika.
Thank you,
and
sir.
if there is any more questions, because of time I am not allowing, but you can discuss during lunch time.
Yes,
okay, so our next speaker is Hillol Acharya. Yeah, please.
Just a little announcement. Students are requested, please come and sit in front of front rows, please.
Yeah.
Those who are sitting in the back rows, please come and sit in the front rows. Thank you.
Come fast. Those who are standing there, please be seated in front of the stadium.
Yeah, please start.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. So hello and good noon everyone. Myself Hillal Acharji, PhD scholar of CGCRI and working under Dr. Nandini Das in Membrane Separation and Technology Division. So today I am going to present my work on the separation of CO2 and CH4 from their mixture by tabular L-18 zeolite coated ceramic membrane. First of all, I am just introducing the work. First of all, why the work is. We all know that global warming is increasing day by day, and CO2 is one of the most vital contributors for the existence of life and Earth, and only, but with a very low concentration, and it has a greenhouse effect. And expeditious globalization, mushrooming competition, consumption of fossil fuels and industrialization, CO2 concentration is increasing. And that is why we are facing like floods, droughts, heavy heat waves, altered crop growth, storms, heightened sea levels, and everything. So to overcome these increasing environmental concerns, researchers and scientific communities are developing various technologies for the removal of CO2 from the flue gases and storage, and for their working for their storage technology. So first of all, I am going to talk about a few old technologies which are actually used for the separation of gases. And the most important one.
Lol.
Yes.
Yeah. This side. Just concentrate on your objective results, analysis, and conclusion.
Okay.
Just to save time.
Okay. So I'm using zeolite membranes for gas separation. But why zeolite? Because zeolite are having intercrystalline pore, and they are actually act as a molecular sieve. And zeolites are available in nature, but it is not available in its pure form. So that is why, So that is where we have to synthesize the zeolite in our lab, so that we can get it in its pure form. And zeolites are structural and chemical stability are of a wide range, and different mechanisms of separation process are governing this separation process, that is molecular sieving, competitive absorption, and differences in diffusivity. I am working in Alpo-18 zeolite. My seniors have worked a lot in Sapo-34 zeolite. In case of Sapo-34 zeolite, the molecular sieving governs the most separation, but actually in case of Alpo-18, the competitive absorption governs the phenomenon. How? And okay. So this is the flow sheet diagram of how the zeolite is actually prepared. First of all, we prepare the seed, and then the seed are installed on the first of all we prepare the seed, and and the seed are actually applied on the support tube, and then the seed are actually used as the secondary crystal growth, and finally we get the coated membrane finally. And after that, this is the membrane, synthesized membrane. This is the support tube, you can see, and over this is the membrane layer. And I am going to directly to the characterization. These are the support tube. These are the support tube and the powder and the membrane XRD. And then this is the FESMs. These are the seeds, and this is the membrane, and this is the cross section of the membrane, nearly about 10 micrometer. And this is the this is the support tube, and this is the educts. So in the both cases, like in the support tube, alumina, oxygen, and silicon are present, but the presence of phosphorus denotes the presence of the membrane layer here. And this is the FTIR. I'm not explaining. This is the 487 and 750 are assigned to OTO bond, SiO tetrahedral vibration respectively, and 580 and 650 corresponds to the vibration double 6 rings. And this is the DTA TGA. We can see that up to this zeolite is particularly stable up to almost 350, and above this temperature the zeolite is actually got decomposed. And this is the surface area curve, and this has a huge surface area, and which can for this zeolite can be used as CO2 storage. And this is our gas permeation studies, and by this equation we follow the separation factor. And these are the membranes, these are the support tubes, and we prepare this in the membrane in the inner side of the membrane, inner side of the support tube. And finally, on this module we can test the gas, like from this feed side we send the gas, and from this permeate side we can evaluate the gas, the permeated gas, and we can evaluate the composition of the separated gas. And these are the gas setup, and these are my results of this CO2 separation factor. This is the single gas permeances. So this is the perm selectivity. In case of single gas separation, I have almost achieved 63 perm selectivity, and under pressure 100 kilopascal, 200 and 300. And in case of gas 50-50 gas mixture, I have achieved almost 15 separation factor. So this is my conclusion and future plan. Like I have worked on alpha-18 zeolite, and I have next my work is I have incorporated one metal ion to in this alpha-18 zeolite to increase the gas CO2 absorption capacity of alpha-18 zeolite to more for better gas storage process and better gas separation process. And I am also trying for O2N2 separation with the same zeolite by modifying the pore size of the same zeolite. And I am going to direct to the acknowledgement. So I am grateful to my guide, Dr. Nandini Das, and all my respective faculties and seniors who are actually guiding me all time. So thank you so much. I'm ending up here.
Yeah, thank you, Hillol, for maintaining the time particularly. So this session is open. One or two small questions can be taken. Anybody? Particularly from student side?
Yeah.
So Hillol, can you tell me what was the pore diameter of your membrane?
Pore diameter of the membrane?
Okay. And average pore size?
Average pore size, 3.8 I am showing you. 3.8.
Okay,
exactly.
Can you tell me whether you can modify this diameter or not?
Yeah, I can. Okay. I have actually applied carbon in graphene form, so that I can modify the pore size.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Hillol, I have one question there.
Yes, sir.
Zeolite is very popular for this kind of separation test. Do you have any idea about any other material which can replace zeolite or whose efficiency is much better than zeolite?
No, I am working with zeolite, and zeolite has some such kind of characteristics which should be which doesn't have that much competition. Because the chemical and the mechanical stability is high in case of zeolite, and in case of in some cases zeolite is zeolite surface is corroded by acid or bases. So in that case we can incorporate some metal ions to overcome this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So our next speaker is Nilotpal Chaudhary, please. Nilotpal, because of time constraint, please concentrate only on objective results, analysis and conclusion.
Okay, sir. Yes. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nilotpal Chaudhary, CSIR SRF. I am currently working under the supervision of Dr. Anirban Dhar and Dr. Ranjan Sen, and I am working in Fiber Optics and Photonics Division in CSIR CGCRI. So today I am going to tell you a story of fabrication. Hello. Yeah, I am going to tell you a story on the fabrication of novel active green fiber using vapor phase chiller delivery technique. So currently, in the last few decades, high-power fiber lasers have replacing current bulk solid-state lasers due to its high stability, better efficiency, excellent beam quality, minimum thermal impairment, and it comes with a complete packaged module. So, high-power fiber lasers have several applications like tissue surgery, in strategic laser-based weapon, in industrial drilling, cutting, welding, micromachining. But this particular fiber laser system comprises of one gain medium, which is the heart of the system, and that is actually a rarer doped optical fiber. So people are, in last few years, people have reached several kilowatt level, but the power scaling, they faced several difficulties. So the limitation is, one is stimulated Raman scattering, stimulated Brillouin scattering, photo darkening, and transverse modal instability. So photo darkening is a material based phenomena, whereas stimulated Raman scattering and stimulated Brillouin scattering is basically a non-linear phenomena, which could be the possible solution. The possible solution is to design the fiber in such a way which can mitigate the non-linear effects. That is a large mode area fiber design. There we can also face some difficulty in large mode area fiber design. During power scaling, it faces the beam quality degradation. So people have tried several designs like trench fiber, confined core fiber, pedestal fiber, etc. So now our research target is to develop a fiber which can generate a single mode operation with a large depth of focus and with improved beam quality, which can disintegrate higher order modes as well as a beam cleanup of a strong laser beam. So we thought we should change the fiber entire design. So what we did, we go from step index conventional fiber to graded index fiber. The question is why? In literature, in early 70s, Glodge has shown developed a model of multimode theory of graded index optical fiber. So from the 1970s to 2000, there are several fabrication processes people have reported, and they actually fabricated graded index fiber in a passive medium. But there are also some reports available in polymeric optical fiber, and there is no reports available in glass fiber. Why?
in 2019, a report on Nature Photonics, where a group reported that if we use a graded index optical fiber, after that the gain medium of step index fiber, then they have actually shown that the enhanced brightness can be found, which might lead to a beautiful beam quality of the fiber. So the research challenges of fabricating such fiber. We thought we can merge these two concepts of step index active medium and graded index fiber in a single one. So we thought we could fabricate a graded index active fiber. Thereby we proposed the name green fiber. Then research challenges was to maintain a parabolic profile over the core region. Here, like conventional fiber, the profile is not linear. So gradually it is increasing. So we have to maintain a proper dopant ratio. The dopants is one active medium, that is the rare earth, and another is the network modifier aluminum. So the available process technology is the modified chemical vapor deposition along with solution doping technique. So, but it suffers due to its poor process repeatability, longitudinal non-uniformity in the final fabricated P-form, and it cannot deposit it if we go for multiple layer. So large core fiber is nearly impossible in that case. So what we did, we go for MCBT vapor phase chilled delivery technique. This is the schematic of vapor phase chilled delivery technique, where there is an additional part called high temperature cabinet. Here the materials can directly sublimated, and helium can carry that material up to the reaction tube, where the reaction occurs. The simultaneous reaction and deposition takes place in presence of a hydrogen oxygen burner at a temperature beyond 1800 degrees centigrade. So now the question is how we can fabricate a graded index active fiber. So we started that we have three different materials. One is silica, the base material. Second one is the active material, that is ytterbium, and third one is the network modifier. So first we have varied the silica. If we change the base material, we slowly decrease, then it should increase. And remaining materials, we maintain a fixed flow. But we get a graded profile, but it is not a parabolic one. And then approach B, we actually fixed the silica level, where we varied two dopants. Thereby we achieved a parabolic profile, but it was full of ripples and it was non-uniform due to simultaneous variation of both the dopants. So we have failed. Then we go back to our process parameters, where we actually change several process parameters like vapor phase composition, the sublimation temperature, the deposition temperature, and also the pressure inside the tube to avoid such non-uniformity. And then we go for approach C, where we thought through literature that neither silica nor the ytterbium, the actual player in this game is the aluminum chloride. So we varied only aluminum chloride, and we have achieved successfully the graded index, refractive index profile with an uniform along the length of 300 centimeters, through which we can draw a fiber up to 500 meters. So the process was actually repeatable, the absence of ripples was there, and the fiber was longitudinally uniform. So in approach C, we have compared it with the parabolic theoretical profile, and it fitted well with an R-squared value of 0.98. Finally, here, the material and optical characterization. Through the approach C, we have fabricated three different fibers with three different ytterbium concentration. Here, you can see the EPMA profile of the active fibers, where the aluminum concentration varies along the length, but the ytterbium concentration is also simultaneously varying along the radial direction. But in previous slide, I have mentioned that we didn't vary the ytterbium. So in literature, in our previous report, we have mentioned that there is aluminum have some cooperative phenomena which automatically increase the amount of ytterbium inside the fiber. So here is the profiles of absorption spectra of ytterbium, which shows for three different fibers. And here from the same image, you can see there is no core clad interface defect. This is the core and this is the clad. So this is the redox spectra of such P-form. So after that, we go for lasing characterization, where we evaluate the amplification, and we get a better result in graded index fiber compared to an equivalent step index fiber. Thereby, this is the beam quality of that step index, where the graded index fiber shows an M square of 1.1 instead of having 1.6. And we have achieved such beam quality at 7 nanosecond pulse width with a repetition rate of 30 kilohertz, and the average power was 10 watt. So these are my research highlights, where the good process repeatability has been achieved, a core diameter of 30 micron, as we have targeted what we achieved, and the numerical aperture was maximum is 0.14. Ytterbium concentration has been incorporated up to 0.2 mole%, and the M square was, as I mentioned, is 1.1. This is a minimum till date. Now, we have published this paper in 2019 in PSSA. After that, we have got several calls from our foreign collaborators, and they have collaborated with us. And we are currently working with Cornell University with Dr. Frank Weiss, and for the in 2022, we have published another paper in Optics Letters for the first time demonstration of multimode MAMISEV oscillator, which was possible due to this particular fiber. And this paper was selected as editor's pick. So today, we are the group which actually we are the first we have first demonstrated this fiber globally, and currently we are the single manufacturer of graded index active fiber globally. So I would like to acknowledge Director CSIR CGCRI, the head of our department, Dr. Somnath Bandopadhyay, the members of our fiber optics and photonics division. They have and the material characterization instrument division also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nilotpal. Now the session is open for questions. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
So in your EPMA profile,
Yes.
actually you have shown that your aluminum concentration is increasing within
Yes.
the fiber, changing, and as well as the ytterbium. And you were telling that aluminum is actually helping to changing this ytterbium concentrations.
Yes.
But if you thought about your processing temperature at high temperature,
Yes.
and aluminum is the lighter than the ytterbium. So aluminum can't control the diffusion process of the ytterbium. It will be the opposite. Ytterbium control the diffusion process of aluminum. Right?
No, actually it's not diffusing. Actually, as I have told, that multiple layer where we are depositing. So at a high temperature, it's around 1900 degrees centigrade if we are doping one particular layer. So first layer we are incorporating a certain amount of aluminum. Then we are increasing. Then next layer we are again increasing and increasing. So at particular concentration level, the ytterbium was fixed flow rate. But the incorporation of ytterbium in each layer increased by increasing in each layer flow rate of aluminum chloride. So that's what I mean to say.
Okay. So you are basically telling because of the aluminum chloride actually taking out those ytterbium and depositing based on
Yes,
the
yes. It creates
flow
large,
rate.
large non-breathing oxygens actually.
So the compositional gradient actually happening because of the changing in the flow rate.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
That.
I have one question I couldn't read out from the graphs. How much is the, like when the failed attempts that you said the index everything, how much were the oscillations in the graded index? I couldn't
In
read out.
refractive index.
Yeah.
It was, oscillations was there. I think we're talking about this graph.
That's correct.
So there is some ripples over there. But not only the ripples, if you see the longitudinal profile, this is the radial profile. So longitudinal profile, if we, in a preform of 30 centimeter, there was, so you can see the peak, at the maximum peak is this level. So in another position, if you see the peak might be stays in 0.0020.
So that is happening in the longitudinal.
Yes, the longitudinal direction, because we are simultaneously changing these two parameters. So ytterbium actually increase the level higher than aluminum. The refractive index controlling will be very difficult if we change both the materials.
Yeah, Nilotpal.
Yeah.
I have one small queries rather.
Okay, sir.
That is, you use MCVD, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that is very costly instrument. So
Yes, sir.
Have there any other alternative to prepare this kind of fiber without using MCVD?
Yes, there are several processes are available like direct nanoparticle deposition or people generally use other processes like PCVD, but that processes are much more costlier than this. And if you see about the feasibility, so this is the feasible one. And if you want to fabricate a fiber of very highly pure and very lesser moisture content fiber, then this is the best process you can get in market.
Okay, so thank you, Nilotpal, once again.
Thank you, sir.
So we have come to an end of this session. I must thank organizer for giving me this scope for chairing this session, and also thanks to all three speakers for maintaining the time properly. Thank you all, and over to organizer.
Thank you, sir, for conducting this session. On behalf of Glamix Fiesta team, I would like to hand over a memento to you as a token of appreciation. So hereby we are concluding our oral session for today. Now we will have lunch break, but since we are running late, so please try to reassemble within 2:15 p.m. for poster interactive session just outside this auditorium. Please join us for lunch. Thank you.
শ্যামলদা খেয়ে নিয়েছো তো?
বোর্ড কোথায় লাগাবি?
শ্যামলদা খাওয়া দাওয়া ঠিকঠাক হয়েছে?
এটার মধ্যে এটা ছিল, এবারে টিম ডিবেটটা
টিম ডিবেটের পরে যাও, নামগুলো চেঞ্জ হবে একটু। অর্পিতা ব্যানার্জি, রূপম শাহ, অনির্বাণ।
সবকটার জন্যই লাগবে, ওখানে একটা বেল ছিল তো।
চারটে বেল তরঙ্গ, এটা তো তরঙ্গ জানে নাকি? তরঙ্গ না, সুতনু 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 সুতনু
সুতনু বেলগুলো আমার ড্রয়ারেই রেখেছে। তিনটে বেল ওখানে আছে, একটা এখানে আছে।
তিনটে বেল তোমার ড্রাইভার মানে
পিসিসিটিতে
পাঠাতে হবে।
সুতনুকে বল, সুতনু জানে।
অনিশা একটু ছোট কাজ করতে হবে।
আমার ড্রয়ার থেকে তিনটে বেল নিয়ে আয়।
বা সুতনুকে বললেও হবে, বা সুতনু ওদের খাচ্ছে একটু নিয়ে আয়।
পোস্টারের পর চার, প্রথম হচ্ছে ডিবেট তো নাকি?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ ডিবেট, তারপর দামসরাজ,
তারপরে ডামসারাস, তারপর ডিকশনারি। ডিপার্টমেন্টগুলো লিখতে হবে।
4টের সময় রাউন্ড আপ শেষ হয়ে যাবে, তারপরে ডিবেট।
উড়ি দিয়েছে।
হ্যাঁ
এই সমস্ত ডিপার্টমেন্টগুলো উড়ি দিয়েছে। ডিপার্টমেন্টগুলো
কোনোটাই আমাকে লিখতে বারণ করেছিল, কোনো ডিপার্টমেন্ট। হ্যাঁ
ডিপার্টমেন্ট নামে লোকেট করা
যে বলবে সে বলে দেবে, মুখের কাছে
সেটা সবাইয়ের মধ্যে মাথায় আছে কি বলবে।
বল,
তোমাকে আমি জানি
বল। সুস্মিতা কর,
সুস্মিতা কর এমএসটিডি। মৌমিতা মজুমদার আমি জানি। এমএসটিডি না, এমএসটিডি।
মৌমিতা আমাদের মৌমিতা
মজুমদার না, ওই মৌমিতা দেবরয়।
মৌমিতা মজুমদার হচ্ছে এফওপিডি।
আমাকে দিতে বারণ করেছিল, তাই আমি দিইনি।
সায়ন চ্যাটার্জি, সর্বশ্রী দত্ত, এমএসটিডি। না, এই অনামিকা দাসের জায়গায় শুভ মাঝি এফওপিডি। সুব্রনীল মাইতিও এফওপিডি।
পোডিয়াম লাগবে, পোডিয়াম তো লাগবে না।
দুটোই এইটা একটা হলো চলবে।
4টের পরে আবার সব অন করে দেবে। 4টের পরে আবার সবার অন করে দেবে।
দেখতে ভালো লাগবে। হ্যাঁ
আপনি এখান থেকে একটা নেবেন? হ্যাঁ নিয়ে নিন।
তিস্তা ব্যানার্জি, এমএসটিডি।
না ঠিক আছে, এক্ষুনি লাগবে।
দিয়ে রাখুন।
হ্যাঁ দিয়ে রাখুন, এক্ষুনি লাগবে না। হ্যাঁ
এমএসটিডি।
তিস্তা ব্যানার্জি, এমএসটিডি।
দেবল ঘোষ, এফএমডিডি। বিসিসিডি।
অরুণা ঘোষ। হ্যাঁ স্যার 500 ml লাগবে কিন্তু বড় মিকার।
এফওপিডি। অনামিকা দাস, পল্লবী
রয়। এবিআই রয় তো এরাই আরো হয় রয়।
পল্লবী রয়, বিসিসিডি।
এটা কি লাস্ট মিনিট চেঞ্জ?
হ্যাঁ, অনামিকা বলছি। মৈনাক মুখার্জি, এমএসটিডি। এমএসটিডি। অনামিকা বলতে যে তোমাদের অ্যাঙ্কার।
না, অনামিকা তুমি চেনো।
ঠিক আছে,
এটা তো পিকশনারি হলো। পিকশনারি এখানে 1 মিনিটটা 1.5 মিনিট হবে। 1.30।
এটা পিকশনারি তো? হ্যাঁ পিকশনারি 1.5 মিনিট।
বাস, এবার হচ্ছে তোমার
ডামসারাজের কোনো চেঞ্জ আছে? নামটা চেঞ্জ আছে?
হ্যাঁ, এই তো না,
আমি কিন্তু এখানেও কোনো ডিপার্টমেন্ট লিখিনি।
সবেতেই ডিপার্টমেন্ট লিখতে বলেছিল আমাদের। বিসিসিডি।
তুমি যাও, আমি করে দিচ্ছি। হ্যাঁ তুমি বেকার খাচ্ছ, চলে যাও। হ্যাঁ তুমি বসো। হ্যাঁ বলো।
বিসিসিডি। রক্তিমা চ্যাটার্জি।
ও এটা তো এখানে। রক্তিমা চ্যাটার্জি এসডিডি। আচ্ছা, অর্পিতা ব্যানার্জি বিসিসিডি। না এমসিআইডি জানি। আমার ফোনেও সবার নাম এভাবে সেভ করা, ওই জন্য আমার মুখস্থ।
অনির্বাণ দে, এমএসটিডি। কমল ঘোষ, ইএমডিডি।
শ্রী বিশ্বাসের নাম্বার যাবে, ওখানে হবে কার্তিকা পি বিসিসিটি, বিসিসিটি, বিভাস কুমার এসজিটি, সৌরভ দাস চৌধুরী এফওপিটি, আরাধনা আচার্যা এসজিটি, শৈবাল শাহ এফওপিটি, সৌরভ পাল ইউজিটি,
শৈবাল সাহু
এফওপিটি, তারপরে ইএমডিটি সেট করে নাও, আর টাইমটা করে নাও 1 মিনিট,
60 সেকেন্ড করে দিচ্ছি, তাই না?
1 মিনিট করে
ঠিক আছে।
হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো, ঠিক আছে, এবার 3 দে।
কিন্তু উল্লেখ করার নাম
হ্যালো হ্যালো, এটা কো 3 তো, হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, ওটা লাগা না।
এখন ঘুমানোর টাইম না, ও পোস্টার টাইম না।
হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো, হয়েছে? এটা কেটেছো 6। হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো, এক তো।
problem solve.
hello, check, hello, check, hello.
Energy conversion in schools is one of the major challenges of the 21st century. Visible light-driven photocatalytic water splitting has been an efficient and clean approach for solar energy conversion to chemical energy. Traditionally, TiO2 has been used as photocatalyst, but it is having many disadvantages, so we have tried to fabricate a new composite-based material. Here we have used lanthanum ferrite as the perovskite. Lanthanum ferrite low band gap, high stability, and also multiferroic nature, which enhances the charge separation ability. But one of its major disadvantage is the electron hole recombination, fast electron hole recombination rate. So we have tried to combine it with graphene. Graphene
Check, hello.
the development of efficient and environment-friendly approaches for energy conversion and storage is the development of is an efficient method for for solar energy conversion to chemical energy. Traditionally, TiO2 has been used as photocatalyst, but it has many disadvantages. So we are trying to fabricate a new composite material. Here we have used lanthanum ferrite as the perovskite, which possesses a low band gap of about 2.04 electron volt, thereby allowing visible light absorption, high stability and multiferroic nature, which enhances charge separation ability, but one of its major disadvantage is the fast electron hole recombination rate. So we have tried to combine it with graphene. Graphene exhibits superior electronic mobility, high charge separation, high chemical stability and a large surface area, which makes it an excellent support material. Heterojunction of the two semiconductors, it can effectively lower the charge recombination rate, thereby enhancing the photocatalytic efficiency. Next, we have tried to characterize the as formed nanocomposite. Our objective of the work is the fabrication of the nanocomposite. Then we have tried to characterize the structure of the composite, and we have also tried to determine the photoelectrochemical response as well as determine the photocatalytic hydrogen generation of the as formed nanocomposite. We have synthesized the composite using a hydrothermal method at a temperature of 200 degrees Celsius for 72 hours. Now, so we have characterized the composite using XRD, XPS and Raman. We have also studied the morphology of the composite using FESEM and TEM, and which shows that nanorods have been formed on graphene. We have also measured the photocatalytic activity hydrogen generation, which shows that the hydrogen generation rate has increased by about 8 times in case of nanocomposite as compared to pure lanthanum ferrite. We have also determined the photoelectrochemical response, which shows that the photocurrent density has increased by about 16 times in case of the nanocomposite as compared to lanthanum ferrite. Next, we have also tried to determine the plausible mechanism of the as-formed composite, and we have found that a type 2 heterojunction has been formed, which promotes efficient charge transfer, thereby due to the low rate of electron hole recombination. Thus, coming to the conclusion, a facile hydrothermal method has been developed for the fabrication of this nanocomposite. We have observed an increase in photocurrent density as well as an enhancement in the hydrogen generation rate due to an enhancement in the solar light absorption in the visible region and slower rate of electron hole recombination. Thank you.
Hi. Can you explain your work? Yes, this is myself Sobandev Sen, and I have done this work here. Yeah. So here my motive is low temperature acetone sensing in the ppm level concentration using this WO3 metal oxide. Okay. WO3 metal oxide using this iron doping and RGO decoration. In this process, we choose this work because in this case the acetone recently diagnosed as the breath biomarker, and in that case there is around 1 ppm concentration in the normal human breath, and for a person having diabetic prone tendency that is around 1.58 or 2 ppm concentration. To detect that low concentration we need some portable system, but in nowadays the recently used systems are using some processes which are spectroscopy using some more time or more amount of labor, and that is painful. But in this non-invasive technique, this is some process which required very few amount of time. So we use this motive and do this thing. After this nanocomposite is synthesized by using the sol gel method shown here, And after the detailed characterization, where the presence of tungsten, oxygen, iron, and as well as RGO is present here. After that, we employed this sensor for gas sensing performance study, and there we use this acetone sensor of 10 ppm, and there we do the temperature profile, and the maximum sensing response was obtained at 130 degrees centigrade, and there we obtained the 78% sensing response. And another important factor is that here I mentioned that 1 ppm concentration in the healthy human, that is requirement. So we have checked this thing also, and there we obtained around 50 to 60% response. For 10 ppm we obtained the maximum response, that is 78%. And another important factor is that response and recovery time, that should be very small amount, because for a lengthy period that we are backing to the same problem. So in our sensor, the response time is 20 seconds and the recovery time is around 75 seconds. And another thing is that the selectivity in a multiple number of VOCs, that selectivity is the main factor. In our sensor, the selectivity for acetone is very much supremacy. So we can say that this sensor is very much applicable for that non-invasive diabetes detection or non-invasive detection of acetone in ppm level concentration or low ppm level concentration, and that is established by this sensing performance study. And another thing is that we done the impedance spectroscopy analysis, and this impedance spectroscopy, there we obtained the only one semicircle. That means all the charge carriers are residing at the grain zone, and that is the thing that all the charge carriers are devoted to the sensing performance. And we are doing this work and doing this thing that we are aiming for decreasing this operating temperature. Thank you.
Hi, Shushanto. Can you explain your work?
Yes, sir. Here I have done the luminescence investigation of a europium doped mixed alkaline earth zinc silico aluminate glass for as a red phosphor for white LED applications. For the glass, we have synthesized the glass in melt quenching method, and the glassy nature was confirmed from the XRD analysis and the thermal analysis. Here we got the glass transition temperature, and in the process of the glass, that we take the raw materials here, the aluminum oxide, calcium carbonate, magnesium oxide, silicon oxide, sodium carbonate, and zinc oxide and europium oxide. Then we sintered at 900 degrees Celsius for the decarbonization. Then at 1600 degrees Celsius we melted it for up to 4 hours for the homogeneity. Then we cast in iron mold through the process of melt quenching method. Then we anneal the glass at 700 Celsius for 2 hours. This is the final gas. We have do 3 characterization. The main focus in the luminescence characterization. For the structural characterization, thermal characterization, both are for the confirmation of the glassy natures. These are the structural characterization. Here this is the glass, and under the UV excitation we got the red color emitting. The glass is emitting red color. Here the excitation here the excitation spectra of the glass from photoluminescence meter, and here we got the emission spectra, and here the high intensity, that is once from under the excitation of 395, that is near UV, we got 616, and here that is the energy level diagram. And here we done from another institute, that is CSIR NIST from Trivandrum, the temperature dependent PL protocol. For the high intensity, that is 5 mole europium, we have done with the variation of temperature. Then we have that it is so that the thermal quenching occurs, and with temperature the intensity decreasing. And we compare this data with the commercial red phosphor. Actually we are trying to replace the commercial red phosphor. We compare this data, that we got the high color purity than the both colors, commercial red phosphor, and our with color purity, our red component is quite good, that is nearly 1000 Kelvin, that is near good, and our activation energy also quite good than from the commercial red phosphor. And in the 150 degrees Celsius we got more relative, and this is these things we got. Thank you.
Tarango, can you explain your work?
Yes. So the basic idea of my study is that we all know hydroxyapatite, which acts as a coating material for all the biomedical implants and everything. So as hydroxyapatite is nutritionally very rich, there are chances of bacterial infection. So if you can reduce the chances of bacterial infection, then it would be obviously advantageous for the patients or the surgeons. So 3 metals were selected: silver, zinc and copper for this purpose. These 3 metals have previously been proven to have antibacterial efficacies, but what novel about this study is that I've doped my hydroxyapatite with different particle size range and then made a comparative study. So after doping with these 3 metals by normal ball milling process, I did the antibacterial study. What I found is that nanoparticle range samples always had the better antibacterial properties. In micron particle size range, only copper was showing antibacterial properties, while silver and zinc did not show very good antibacterial properties. So my further plan is to go for the all cell culture studies and everything, so that I can prove these are all biocompatible samples.
Thank you, Tarango. Shutanu, can you explain your work?
Hello, my name is Sudhanu Datta. I am working on development and characterization of magnesium strontium composite for biomedical implants. So our plan is to make implant biodegradable implant where bone recovery will be there along with degraded implant. So how we have made? We have made through powder metallurgy route. First we use powder, magnesium powder and strontium titanate powder. We have used in some proportion, that is 1% and 5%. Further we made pellet by hydraulic press, and further for densification we use CIP and then sintered in 650 degrees Celsius. And we have done some characterization, that is XRD. In XRD it is clearly shown that the phase of strontium titanate and magnesium is there. And in ACM and EDAX also it is clear that increasing the strontium titanate, the structure looks like this, and the mechanical properties are also increasing, further increasing in strontium titanate. Thank you.
Okay, Shutanu. Tuhin, can you explain your work?
Hello, I am Tuhin. Actually, this project is basically this project is a reutilization of industrial solid waste such as red mud and fly ash, and this is my project title: Synthesis and Characterization of Waste Derived Ceramic Foam, which actually as a foaming agent. Here I use 68% red mud, 28% fly ash, 28% disodium tetrabate, 1 to 5% eggshell, and here is a disodium tetrabate is a fluxing agent, and 1 to 5% eggshell is a foaming agent. So why eggshell is a foaming agent? Because the eggshell is basically the natural source of calcium carbonate. So during the heat treatment process, this calcium carbonate decomposed to produce a CO2 gas, and this CO2 gas is generate the pore, and this is the efficiency of micrographs, and here is the pore formation. And also the disodium tetrabate is also used as a fluxing agent and the glass forming agent, because this is the glass ceramics. Also the glassy part is here, and this smooth surface is the glassy phase, and also the ceramic phases are also there. So, and this is the flow diagram of my project, and here are all the 3 raw materials like fly ash, red mud and eggshell and sodium borate mix, and then compacted, and then heat treatment, and to produce heat treated samples. So this is the characterization of the glass ceramic foam, and here this XRD, and here is the main XRD phases are hematite and the quartz, and newly formed phases are calcium silicate and anodite, and also this is the physical and mechanical properties, and so for the 38% eggshell we have a satisfactory results, and here the compressive strength is 10975 megapascal, and also for the 38% the thermal conductivity is 0.93 watt per meter Kelvin. So this is a alternate for the building material, because this brick material have a high compressive strength and also have the low thermal conductivity, so it has an alternate use for bricks.
Thank you, Tuhin. Vincent, can you explain your work?
Sure, sir. So my work involves designing a high-power thulium fiber dope laser. In this poster, I presented a thulium system. I've presented a thulium system, laser system. So thulium has a very wide range of applications, including LiDAR, industrial polymer processing, remote sensing, medical surgery, and etc. And it has an emission range from 1.8 micron to 2.05 micron. For our work, the objective was to design a high-power thulium doped fiber laser. So at 1940 nanometer, and the main objective of this work is to convert this whole laser system from a tabletop design to a product design. That is what was the main aim of our work. And this is the laser architecture over here. We have the pump diodes over here. We have the reflecting mirrors over here, and then we have a thulium doped active fiber in between. And one of the main biggest challenge for this arrangement was splicing of the fibers, which splicing involves splicing of 400 micron fibers. And here I've shown a fiber cross section over here, and this is the splicing process happening, and what an improper splice looks like. An improper splice leads to huge splice loss, and it can lead to fiber burn and fiber fuse, which can damage the whole cavity. And this is an image of a proper splice, which shows a very uniform continuous flow of light. That is, this is the core is very uniformly flowing. So, and what we have achieved is we have achieved more than 60 watts of power at 1940 nanometer for a total pump power of 140 watt, and with a line width of 0.9 nanometer and slope efficiency of 49%. And this is the actual image of the system, and these are the pulse mode operations of the laser system. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Shubroto, can you explain your work?
Yes, sir. So my work is on the preparation of yttrium aluminum silicate glass and glass ceramics for silicon carbide joining. So my work objective is to optimize the suitable gas-based composition for the synthesis of glass ceramics of close thermal expansion coefficient to silicon carbide, that is 4.5 into 10 to the power 6 per Kelvin, and also to study the effect of lithium oxide addition into the gas glass for mechanical and thermal expansion properties. So for that purpose, we have used three composition, that is the gas, lithium 5% and lithium 10%. So after melting the glass, we have analyzed this glass with the help of DSC curve, and we have seen from the DSC curve the TG value, and from lithium 10 and lithium 5 we have found that two crystallization peak temperature, and we have done the crystallization on TP2, and we have found the different phases. For years 0, that is the main phases we have found, that is yttrium disilicate, and after adding the lithium oxide 5%, we have found that the lithium aluminum silicate, that is crystallized at TP1, and for lithium 10%, the same phase we have found, and along with the yttrium disilicate. And the conclusion is our work is that the CT value is close to match to the silicon carbide. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubroto. Rupam, can you explain your work?
Actually, we have prepared a novel bioactive glass-based radio pacifier for percutaneous vertebroplasty application. In general, for vertebroplasty, polymethyl methacrylate-based bone cement is widely used, but it has some disadvantage also. It is bio-inactive, and also externally radio pacifiers are added to provide sufficient radio opacity. And for that, barium sulfate is used. And barium sulfate has some detrimental post-operative adverse effects. It can promote cell osteolysis and also some post-operative effects like bowel perforation, vomiting, etc. For that, we have synthesized a novel bioactive glass composition that in one hand provides sufficient radio opacity during surgery, and also it is bioactive also, that can further promote new bone cell formation. And here we are using simple sol gel technique to synthesize a bioactive glass composition, where the active radio opaque ingredient is bismuth oxide, and here from the result shows that
our synthesized BIBG glass has of sufficient radio opacity which is comparable to our human cortical bone, and it is around plus 1000 Hounsfield unit. And also from in vitro bioactivity study we can see here from FACM and XRD curve that after 21 days soaking our sample in SBF, the surface is full of hydroxyapatite layer, which is clearly shown that our sample is a bioactive glass composition.
Thank you, Rupam. Now next is Shubhro Neil. Can you explain?
Hello. My topic is tunable fiber laser in 2 micrometer region. Why it is tunable? Because its wavelength is not fixed. I can tune this wavelength according to this. You can see here. Now what we have done, we have achieved an wavelength tunability of 120 nanometer with an efficiency of 8 nanometer per volt. Now what we have done here it is our cavity. We are using an in-house pump source of 1583 nanometer, and we are excited. Our active medium is single mode thulium doped fiber laser, and then we getting the output, and this is what we can show in OSHA. OSHA is something which can give us the optical spectral output of this laser. As you can see, by changing this voltage of tunable filter, we can achieve the tunable fiber laser. The tunable range you can see that is 120 nanometer. Now what is here, we can see the laser spectra when a 4 Hz triangular wave signal is applied to the tunable filter of this. Now you can check this, that we can change the tunability by changing the voltage of piezoelectric based tunable filter, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhanil. Now, Shashwato, can you explain your work?
Yes. Now, my topic is concentration dependent energy transfer mechanism and spectral properties of 1.07 micron emission in ND3 doped multi-component aluminate glasses. Now, why multi-component aluminate glass? Because ND3 plus, that neodymium ion has emission at 1.07 micron, that is NIR region, and aluminate glass has very lower phonon energy, so there the chance of multiphonon decay, that is very less for this system. So here we have doped with ND3 plus in different concentrations, and we have seen what kind of energy transfer mechanism is going there. So you can see here, this is the absorption spectra of all the glasses, and so the absorption spectra is showing that the ND concentration that is increasing, and for that the absorption due to the in the visible region the color is coming. And next we have done the Judafel parameter to for the emission properties, to gauge the emission property, how the emission properties change, and like a kind of that. And why this is very important, because there are many kind of energy transfer mechanism like cross relaxation, the reabsorption, and the hopping diffusion process. So from here we can calculate the branching ratios. You can see that the branching ratios are almost same for all the glasses. That's why that confirms that there is no kind of reabsorption process. And we have adopted the Inoguchi-Hirayama model and Wattstein model, and we have fitted the decay curve of all the samples, and from there we can see that first to 3 samples, that is 0.05 mole percent doping, 0.1 mole percent doping, and 0.5 mole percent doping, there are the hopping is not so dominant. But after the 3 process, the concentration is so much that the donor-donor interaction, ND-ND interaction is so much that the hopping process is taking place. So 0.5 mole percent, that is the optimized mole percent of concentration in the glass.
Thank you, Shashwato. Excuse me. Modeshwar, can you explain your work?
Yeah, okay, definitely. I will start. Okay, I am starting my explanation. It's very simple work, and I have deposited tungsten on silicon wafer from metallic tungsten target, and then I have oxidize the sample in temperature like 500, 600 and 700 degrees centigrade. What we get, and we characterize the sample we did it Raman, XRD, various spectra. So what we get, the 700 sample is the best so far. And so we did the device characterization like photoconductivity measurement, I mean IV. We expected a nano level, nanoampere range dark current and microampere range UV current. But when we did the device characterization, we get microampere range dark current and milliampere range UV current. This is inconsistent with our earlier thought. We actually thought nanoampere will get, but we get microampere. So what is the reason behind this result? So we actually did the XPS analysis of this sample. Then we found that from XPS we get to know that our sample, which I have annealed at 700 degrees centigrade, is full of total lot of defect states, and that is why we get such high amount of dark current and high amount of UV current. And here is also we can get the 3.7 electron volt. The band gap of W3 we get 3.7 electron volt, which is quite high. But it should actually it stands between 2.8 to 3 eV, but we get 3.7. That is quite high. So this is because of the defect states in my sample, and we get it from the XPS analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madheshwar.
Yeah.
So now is the Tanya. Can you explain your work?
Good afternoon. Actually, my work is based on the impact of iron-carbon bonding on the magnetoelectric property of RGO bismuth ferrite nanocomposite. My sole aim is to covalently attach the RGO sheets with the bismuth ferrite particles, and so that we do that in situ hydrothermal methods where RGO and bismuth ferrite has duly grown together. And now, what's the effect of that? Effect is that RGO is like a catalysis. The pure phase bismuth ferrite grown at only 6 hours, and we got to know that there is a direct bonding of iron carbon. That is at we got the iron carbon peak at 283.9, and we have a 0.6 electron volt change at iron states, but no change in the oxygen motion states. So all of the result reflects to magnetic and ferroelectric property. The magnetic property is hugely changed with the weight percent changing of RGO, and there is a change of iron-carbon bonding percentage also. That is after 1.5 weight percent, when we further increase the weight percent of RGO, the iron-carbon bonding decreases to drastically, so that we optimum this value and do the all measurements together. We have a magnetic field that is from bismuth ferrite ferro it's changing to antiferro nature, and we got the main attraction of this work is that we got a non-monotonic pattern of ferroelectricity when we increase the magnetic field. That is non-monotonic magnetoelectric coupling. We have calculated this from remanent value. We have calculated this from PUND measurement, and we also do the neutron diffraction under different magnetic field, from where we calculated the non-crystallographic polarization. It also varies similarly, that is non-monotonically with magnetic field. And what is the reason behind this? Iron-carbon bond is totally changing the structure of bismuth ferrite. That is reflected here. We got to know that negative magnetorestriction is responsible for negative magnetoelectric coupling. But there is a theoretical study that shows that positive magnetorestriction can occur positive magnetoelectric coupling. We got a both effect here in this state because of just because of that we got a non-monotonic pattern of RGO bismuth ferrite nanocomposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Sushanta, can you explain your work?
So, sir, my work is based on two-dimensional vanadium. So, my work is based on two-dimensional vanadium disulfide based materials. So, it exists in two phases. One is 2H hexagonal phase, and others is 1T metallic phase. So, it is dependent on the layer number. So, and a stacking sequence. So, when this material is when this material is a mono to fuel year limit, it shows semiconducting property, and if it is in bulk, then it shows metallic property. So my objective is to synthesize this material in semiconducting and metallic phases, that is in bulk phase, and to measure its properties like metallic and semiconducting and magnetic properties. So here we have synthesized these vanadium disulfide materials with the bulk with hydrothermal synthesis, and also we'll try to get a few to monolayer limits with the liquid phase exfoliation and chemical vapor diversion. So as we have synthesized the bulk material of vanadium disulfides, and it shows metallic phases. So we have made cathode or electrode materials of the bulk and tested its electrochemical measurements. So we can see that this synthesized materials from hydrothermal method is phase pure. From XRD data you can see this is the ICD PDF data card reference number, and this is the material, it's a synthesized material, so it is phase pure. Okay, and it's a nanosheet structure. So this is a bulk. So we have measured its electrochemical performance, that it shows metallic property. So here you can see that this is the voltage versus specific capacity. So this is the current density rates. As current density increases, its capacity value drops. And also we have tested its capacity with the different current rates and different. This is called the this as the current density increases, its capacity value drops, and again if the current density decreases, its capacity density value increases. This is reversible. And also we have tested its cyclability test. That is, if in 1C current density, that is corresponding to 177 microampere per semi square, and so with 200 cycles, its capacity it retains almost 80% of the value. So it is suitable for the electrode materials in lithium-ion rechargeable batteries. Thank you.
Thank you.
রাইদা মিউট করো।
Momita? Hi Momita, can you explain your work in 2 minutes?
My project is about development of high performance polymer composite based osteoconductive implants for spinal reconstructive surgery. Basically we are doing we are making polymer composite, and as a polymer and polymer matrix we are using PEKK, that is polyether ketone, and as a filler we are using hydroxyapatite and bioactive glass. By blending and sintering method, we are making polymer composite pellets, polymer composite sintered pellets we are making, and then with this pellet we are doing physical and mechanical characterization. From physical characterization, XRD analysis and FTR analysis, we have got FTR spectroscopy analysis results confirms the presence of functional groups, that is carbonate, phosphate and hydroxyl group, and COC and C11C groups that confirms the presence of PEC, indicating successful formation of HAP reinforced PEC composite. And from microstructural analysis, we have got uniform and homogeneous distribution of bioactive HAP and bioglass fillers in PEC matrix can be achieved. And from mechanical characterization, we have got very good result, that is at least at almost 99% density. We have got in peak 20 HAP composite and 45% increase in hardness and 21% increase in elastic modulus we have got in PEKK 20 HAP composites as compared to PEC. And from biocompatibility assessment, MTT assay result shows 17% increase in cell proliferation can be achieved for PEC 20 HAP, and almost 37% increase has been observed for bioactive glass reinforced PEC composite. And in future, we will do in vitro and in vivo bioactivity result, and we are expecting we will get very good result as PEC composites. Thank you.
Thank you, Momita. This is Mithu. Mithu, can you explain your work?
Myself, Mithu Nashkar. My topic is application of clay alumina-based ceramic membrane in combination with various pretreatment for tannery industrial effluent remediation, a comparative analysis. Actually, here we taken 3 different sectional stream named as composite ternary effluent, and then primary clarified effluent, and then secondary clarified effluent collected from Central Common Effluent Treatment Plant at Calcutta Leather Complex, Bantala. Here we have done the combined dual stage process in terms of bioabsorption, biological degradation, along with ceramic microfiltration process to get the effluent treated plant in terms of removal of various loading parameters such as COD, BOD. Here we have done removal percentage of loading parameter as 91.5% to 96.6%, along with toxic heavy metal removal. Here we get it approx 99.9%. My conclusion of this work is successful removal of toxicant along with loading parameter have been completed, and also economically feasible process have been developed. Future scope of my study is this effluent treated sustainable waste management plan can be established in terms of treatment and recycling treatment treated to improve the efficiency of combined treatment process. That's all.
Thank you. Pratyusha, can you explain your work?
I'm Pratyusha Rudra, and my work is on effect of pseudoping on CO sensing properties of pseudope Zareno. I synthesize pseudope Zareno and then characterize using various characterization tools like TJ, XRD, TM, FACM, XPS, and then perform gas sensing properties of pseudope Zareno. And there I got for one variant 76% CO sensing, and we used here 4 samples, and each sample has similar crystal microstructure, but only difference is their amount of oxidation states. And using this theory, like the sensing response depends on amount of oxidation states, and it directly correlates, and we directly correlate this work like 76% CO sensing with amount of oxidation states.
Thank you, Pratusha. Now, this is Sholang. Oh, sorry, Pratasha. This is Sholang. Can you explain your work?
Okay, my work is about doing refractory bricks for the construction of anode baking furnace. This is how anode baking furnace look as. After some time, very short time, it got damaged, and the problem is that this furnace have been made from imported bricks. Means that we take bricks we took bricks from outside of Cameroon to make this furnace. So this problem is this situation leads to the reduction of the production and increased consumption of imported brick and so on. So I'm using the Cameroonian local material to improve the quality of the brick for the furnace. Cameroonian local material means clays and bauxite local material. Going from clays, calcination, grinding, and bars. So these bars are obtained after 14 and 15, 16, after firing at 14, 15, and 1600 degrees. So the result came that the S-ray pattern of the bars are rich of mullite and corundum. Water absorption decrease as the temperature increase. Shrinkage also increase as the temperature increase. But the highest value of shrinkage is 10%. Modulus of rupture also increase. The modulus of rupture also increase up to 100 megapascal. So we have a good value of MOR for this material. Thank you.
Thank you, Sholang. So, Hashanur, can you explain your work?
Yeah, thank you. My topic is in situ electrical stimulation through multiferrox reinforced bioactive glass composites, a therapeutic implication for bone tissue engineering. So, as it is well established that natural bone is a piezoelectric material, it generates some sort of electric charge, that is 7.7 into 10 to the minus 11 microcoulomb per centimeter square. So in that electric is required to bone generation and healing process. So our main objective is to make some smart biomaterials which can induce the cell proliferation of bone cell and bone healing. So we made bioactive glass composites where we added 0.5% to 2% of bismuth ferrite, and after that we made some composites. So from that composites we have tested different assay like MTT assay and fluorescence microscopy assay. So from that MTT assay we saw that after permanent magnetic field applied up to 200 millitesla, so we saw there is 226% more proliferation compared to the normal cells. So here we could tell that our biocomposites like BAG-BF composites, which is very effective for bone cell regeneration process. Actually, my work is lies on the detailed characterization of genes like osteogenic marker, RANX2, LP, collagen 1, collagen 2, and BSP1. Okay, thanks. And in vivo study of BAG-BF composites is my next work. So this is my primary work.
Thank you, Hashan. So now, Krishna, can you explain your work?
We have developed the Mesopoda silica-based anti-reflective cum hydrophobic coating on Texas solar covered glasses by spray coating technique. Through spray coating technique, we developed the optical coating by using the common solvent and a high surface tension based solvent we are using for proper wettability of the surface by deposition by the spray coater. Main objective of the coating, preparation and optimization of stable air cum hydrophobic solution through wet chemical route, optimization of deposition of coated material on solar cover glass by ultrasonic spray coater technique, characterization and performance evaluation of the Mesopodas and anti-reflection coating and solar cover glass. This anti-reflection coating we have developed by the stable solution and deposited by the spray coater technique on the solar cover glass, and they are dried at 80 degrees centigrade. After then it is heat cure at 450 degrees centigrade. This is the optimization temperature. They are well defined. Their pore structure has developed. On this pore structure we have deposited the hydrophobic coating. That hydrophobic coating also we have by the spraying deposited on the anti-reflection porous layer by the spray coater technique. This we have got the excellent sealant feature of this coating. That average transmission we have got from this optical coating up to 4%, and current density we have increased 4.65%, and there 4.65%, and absorption test that has shown the hydrophobic nature after 50 cycles still 105 degrees there, means that will stable at harsh condition. This acknowledgement that author thankful to Director, CSIR Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, and Mr. Sitendu Mondal, Head, SGD, for constant encouraging and support. Mr. Esmanna thanks to CSIR and all DAG members toward his PhD program. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. Shoeli, can you explain your work?
Here we have prepared WO3 based electrochromic films on ITO coated glass substrate via a sol gel dip coating method, and compared its electrochromic performance with that of WO3 RGO based nano composite electrochromic films. And what we have get here that from the cyclic voltammetry data, the area under the curve for WO3 electrochromic film is far smaller than that of the RGO WO3 film. It means that better charge intercalation and deintercalation occurring with the effect of RGO. Also, the coloration and bleaching time is getting reduced by 2 times in case of RGO incorporation, which also reflected in the coloration efficiency performance of the film, electrochromic film, that the coloration efficiency of WO3 based electrochromic film was 81 centimeter square per coulomb, and it gets enhanced up to a value of 386 centimeter square per coulomb. And we have also prepared a 5-layer prototype structure here, and showed the color change by applying the external voltage from minus 1.5 to plus 1.5.
Thank you, Shoeli. So that is Sajib. Can you explain your work? 2 minutes.
So for the last couple of years, we are working on high power fiber laser. So in this work, I have demonstrated how a tabletop setup is transformed into a packaged module for industrial and commercial use. So you can see this is the schematic diagram of the fiber laser, and energy 300 watt of signal watt power at 1 microamp generated using this laser packaged laser module. So this is the actual packaged laser module. So this is a packaged laser module. You can see the light comes from here and goes through the QBH. There is a collimating lens, and light, there is a wedge also. So light 4% reflected from here into the beam profiler to monitor the spatial properties of the beam, and the rest goes into the power meter to detect the amount of total signal power. So in this system we have generated only 300 watt of signal power, limited only by the pump power, and the 3 dB line width of the laser signal was 1.5 nanometer, and the maximum temperature of the system was 41 degrees centigrade, and the quantum efficiency was 86%, which is okay. And we have also shown that how the beam quality of a laser changes from single mode nature to multi-mode nature. Here you can see at 100 watt the M square was 1.2, and at 300 watt 1.47 watt. So this is my work, and the next topic would be how I control this beam quality at higher power.
Thank you, Sajib. And now this is Sarvashri. Can you explain your work?
Good afternoon, everybody, to the live audience.
Now I have done mainly the studies on hydrogen gas separation from simulated flue gas using modified sapozeolite membrane. Now since the current climate adversities caused due to the global warming, the depletion of the fossil fuels, we should revert towards the non-renewable energy resources and adopt cleaner energy practices. Now cleaner energy practices are promoting towards hydrogen, since hydrogen is the future fuel, and also as per PM's mission of Mission Hydrogen, to make India a global leader in energy production, we must adopt cleaner energy practices. Now for that we have to adopted a membrane technology to separate or extract hydrogen gas from several gas mixtures. Now we have prepared a zeolite membrane, sapozeolite membrane, which possesses nano cages and channels through which the gas, either by molecular sieving method or preferential adsorption, the gas is being channelized and it is being enriched. Now in our work we have prepared an unmodified sapozeolite, and for that the gas separation results alpha H2CO has been obtained around 2.3 to 3 value, and permeance obtained is of the order of 10⁻⁻8. Now after modification with cation exchange process and with organic amine methods, we have improved the separation factor of alpha H2CO to around 8 and 6 respectively. Now the hydrogen concentration is around 3% in the feed, and it has been enriched to around 4.5%. That is around 35 to 43% enrichment in the hydrogen using single stage separation has been utilized, which can be improved by if multiple effects are being used. And this membrane has also been utilized for CO2 CH4 mixtures for biogas as well as landfill gas separation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Kumar Riddhiman, can you explain your work?
Yes, my objective is the photonic. I have done a theoretical work on a photonic crystal fiber and a conventional fiber. A suitably designed photonic crystal fiber shows a single mode operation over the all silica transmission window, but the conventional fibers show multi-mode operation over below a certain cutoff wavelength. It shows multi-mode operation. This is the conventional fiber, and this is the structure of photonic crystal fiber. And here the core is doped silica core, and the cladding is silica cladding. Here the fiber consists of the silica core, and the cladding structure is microstructure cladding with air holes. It consists of an array of air holes. Here from here this is a defined parameter, V parameter, and from the V parameter we can calculate that the less than V parameter less than or equal to 2.405. The photonic crystal fiber, the V parameter value less than or equal to 2.405. All the fiber shows the single mode operation. Beyond that, the fiber shows them the multi-mode operation. From the Selmayr equation, we can calculate the N core and N clad value. But in this case, the silica refractive index we can calculate from the Selmayr equation, but the cladding structure refractive index we cannot calculate from the cladding refractive index is defined by the NFism. NFism is calculated by the finite element method, and it is calculated by the COMSOL multiphysics software. After that, we can get the NFism curve with the wavelength, and from the NFism curve we plot the V parameter curve with the wavelength. From here we can see that the V parameter value 2.405 is defined here by the dotted line, and we take here two conventional fiber, and we see that the V parameter's value after certain cutoff wavelength is greater than the 2.405. That's why it is a multi-mode operation, and for a defined D by pitch ratio, the PCF shows
different parameters value on different cutoff wavelength. From this d by p ratio 0.3 and 0.45, the fiber does not show any cutoff value. This means that the fiber is only single mode operation, but d by p ratio 0.5 and 0.6, the fiber, okay, sir, there is a cutoff value. That's why we can conclude that the d by p ratio less than or equal to 0.43, the fiber parameters is suitable for the single mode operation.
Thank you, Riddiman. So now is the Shoibal. Can you explain your work very fast?
Nowadays, we need a renewable and recyclable source of energy to remove the pollution from the nature. So in this case, hydrogen gas is a best option, but hydrogen gas is frequently used in large volume in aerospace, engineering, chemical processing, and many other fields. But due to high diffusion coefficient and also high flammable nature, it may be explosive. So to avoid this mishap, we have to sensing hydrogen gas. In this purpose, for sensing hydrogen gas, I have to prepare platinum-loaded tungsten oxide powder by hydrothermal method, and for this case I have characterized XRD, SEM, and EDUX, and also BET. From XRD graph, from XRD database, I get the peaks which is already good matching with the JCBS database, and from FESM micrographs, I get the figure that is spherical shape, and the particle size is average in the range of 55 to 120 nanometer. And from the EDUX characterization, and I get the weight percentage ratio which is matched with the starting composition, and from BET I get the surface area also. But in this process, the material synthesis and the sensing material also coating on the fiber already is prepared, but the sensing process is ongoing, and so I think this is I will get sensitivity, repeatability, and response time, and also recovery time from the literature review point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Soibal. Can you explain your work?
Yes, sir. Our main aim is to removal of the fluoride, which is a toxic element. That too, using one of the waste, which is rice husk ash, and therefore without using any templating agent, we have been found in that we have successfully removed the fluoride ion, and FESM image is here. And the main aim which we have thought that is a waste management. We have successfully done it, and the fluoride removal, we have shown that it has been found that the 96% of fluoride removal can successfully done within 2 hours. So here is also the absorption mechanism, and SEM image shows the successful impregnation of the Mg+2 ion. So here is all of the fact which I have done. So it is my work. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. So this is Krishanu. Can you explain your work?
Yes, sir. Myself, Krishanu Bhomik. Now, my work is the preparation of the in situ copper nanoparticles embedded ceramic polymer composite nanofiltration membrane. Here we basically took a ceramic substrate, and above it we attach the polymeric part. After that we modify with the copper nanoparticles. This is our ceramic support polymer nanofiltration membrane. Our main objective is the preparation of the CSP nanofiltration membrane with in situ copper nanoparticles, characterization of the prepared membranes, performance evaluation of the CSP nanofiltration membrane. Its stability is very complex phenomena. To stabilize it with 2 glutaraldehyde molecule to attach the ceramic with the polymeric part. And conclusion is, nanoparticle embedded nanofiltration membrane has prepared with the in situ reduced copper nanoparticles, and the prepared membrane showed satisfactory high water flux 8.11 plus minus 0.95 LHPM per bar.
Thank you, Krishanu. So now, Roktima, can you explain your work?
Hello everyone, I'm Roktima Chatterjee. My main work is synthesis of glass ceramic from low-cost aluminosilicate material based on lithium aluminosilicate system using industrial waste such as blast furnace slag, China clay and pyrophyllite. For this I have done in melt quenching method followed by aniline and ceramization. For that we have done DSC and thermal study and XRD and all those characterizations has been done. And we have got thermal expansion as low as 19 into 10 to the minus 7 degrees Celsius. And we have to reduce the thermal expansion as low as 10 into 10 to the minus 7 degrees Celsius. For that, we are still working. The major problem for this system is we are getting significant amount of anorthite phase, which is responsible for increasing the thermal expansion coefficient. We are working on that, and we'll be sure to do in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Roktima. Dipanjan, can you explain your work?
Hello, I am Dipanjan Kormakar from Fiber Optics and Photonic Division. So here is my work is the novel hybrid anti-resonance fiber. So in case of the anti-resonance fiber, where you use the hybrid fiber, so there is a 12 guidance mechanism. One is the anti-resonance reflection optical waveguide, and another is a total internal reflection. So using the hybrid anti-resonance fiber, we can increase the bandwidth as well as increase the confinement loss and other kind of stuff. So here we find that there is a loss curve, and the loss curve is quite low loss compared to the anti-resonance fiber. And here we discuss the modal cutoff, and this is the modal cutoff which is exactly match the resonance point. And if we decreases the rod diameter to 20 to 5 micron, then the band cutoff width increases, so which decreases the bandwidth. So that's why we increases the higher rod dimension. That's why it increases the bandwidth, and that's our major step. And this is not existed in any literature till now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipanjan. Now, Devjit, can you explain your work?
Yes. This is the powdering tube method for the preparation of chromium reactive silica optical fiber. For this method, for the conventional method, we cannot vary the composition very widely, so that I am implementing the powdering tube method, where I am wet chemical method. I have prepared the yak crystal, and then I have mixed it with the silica soot, and then fill it within a silica tube. And then I have, at 2000 degrees centigrade, I have drawn it to a fiber. This is the XRD and XPS of the yak crystals and the TM picture of the yak crystal. And from the characterization of fiber, I have found a fiber with a core, and it is the optical microscopic image, and this is the ACM image. And this is the refractive index profile, and where I can get the very high numerical aperture, which indicates the crystalline structure of the core. And here's the loss or the attenuation curve of the fiber, where from these peaks where I can found that the chromium 3 is present along with the chromium 4 because of the tailing nature of this peak to the 1600 degrees centigrade.
Thank you, Devjit. So now, Deval, can you explain your work? Very first.
We have made a porous polymer which is effective for removal of organic micropollutants. We have got 70% pollutant removal efficiency using this polymer. Next, we are going to attach this polymer using glutaraldehyde as cross-linker with a ceramic support, and going to make a thin film composite membrane which will be used for removal of organic micropollutants. We are going to fit that membrane into this cross-flow filtration setup, and then it will remove organic micropollutants. We will also try using other cross-linkers and other micropollutants for this experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deval. Now, Biplav, can you explain your work?
Yes. So here the work is numerous practical application. It is lightweight. It has a highly porous. It is highly porous, that we can use it as thermal insulating agent, as well as it chemically inert. So it has multiple chemical use. The preparation method is very easy. We have to first collect the waste glass, then make it into small particle, then wash it, clean it, and then ball milling to get the powder. And then we mix appropriate foaming agent. Then we done the heat treatment schedule to get the foam. Then we characterize it via this EDX analysis to collect the composition of the glass, and as well as we done the same image to get the pore structure, as well as the thermal conductivity and mechanical strength has been characterized, and we get the data it is very low. Thermal conductivity is very low, so it has a potential application as thermal insulating agent, as well as by modulating the pore size and pore distribution, we can modulate the mechanical property as well as thermal property of the system.
Thank you, Deval. Sorry, Biplab. So now, Subroto, can you explain your work?
I have presented here the XRF, XPS, SIMS, XRD and XRR and FESM results of the thin film spin coated on native and hydrophilized aluminium substrate by spin coating method, and the silica thin film composed of nanocrystals with in-plane dimension of 100 to 300 nanometer, and thickness as measured from the X-ray reflectivity experiment, it is 2.56 nanometer. So from XPS, we can see that the aluminium has the binding energy in the range of 72.96 and 74.667. This indicates the presence of pure alumina and also the alumina state, and for oxygen it is the binding energy has 532.6, and for silica the binding energy 104.17 electron volt actually matches to the binding energy which actually came from the cristobalite which were assembled from the different hills of Australia and Canada, and here, and this is the results of SIMS which show the surface analysis of the native and hydrophilized substrate, and XRD analysis shows that there is a coexistence of the low pressure and high pressure alpha cristobalite phase, and due to the confinement effect, and here is the XRR analysis, and here is the FESM analysis. We can see that the background is very porous, and due to this porosity the interfacial surface free energy and the confinement force along the direction of the substrate actually occurs, which creates the high temperature and high pressure ambience to create this alpha cristobalite phase.
Thank you, Subroto. Now this is Aarti. Can you explain your work?
Yeah, surely. I'm Aarti from FOPD. My work is FFT based relative intensity noise characterization of fiber laser. Here I used three different cavity. I am collecting the data from 3 different cavities, and through oscilloscope I am collecting the data and plotting in time domain and take the power spectral density, so we will get a frequency domain data. From that we are understanding from which cavity we are getting less noise, and ring spectra also I am plotting based on different resolution bandwidth also. So I am concluding which is photodiode is better than which cavities, linear cavities comparing to other cavity. It is very high. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Anuradha, can you explain your work?
Yes, sure. The objective of my work is to tailor the mechanical and corrosion property of magnesium 5Z and 0.5 ZR 1.24 calcium alloy for its application in biomedical field. Recently, we know that the bone fracture or bone damage is very frequent, so obvious solution is the implants. If we use the non-biodegradable implants, it needs the secondary surgery and it may cause refracture of bones. So if we switch to biodegradable implants, it completely heals the bone. So for the magnesium alloy, it has the similar properties of cortical bone, so stress yielding is reduces. So for in this alloy, we use the zinc, zirconium and calcium, which improves the mechanical and corrosion property. Here we can see the in optical image and ACM image that grain size is reduced due to rolling and forging, and from the EDS analysis we can see that the composition of the secondary phase is also rearranged, and from the XRD image we can see that the 002 phase intensity is increases after rolling and forging, which have an effect in mechanical and corrosion properties. In hardness we can see that the acerol sample shows the highest hardness, and for in vitro corrosion rolling and forging shows the highest corrosion in compared to ASCA samples, and for in vitro biocompatibility we can properly check that MTTS and cell morphology of all the samples are very good, and there are no any cytotoxicity here. So I can conclude that this alloy can be potentially applicable for the biomedical field. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuradha. Now, Soheli, can you explain your work very fast?
Sir, actually here we have fabricated mainly lead-free flexible piezoelectric energy harvester using zinc oxide nanorods and carbon nanotube. So for this purpose, first we have synthesized zinc oxide nanorods, and here the detailed synthesis procedure is described here. And to fabricate the composite film, first PVDF is dissolved in DMF solution, and then we synthesized zinc oxide nanorods and commercially MWCNT powder was incorporated into PVDF DMF solution, and then we casted on this solution in petri dish, and here we get the fabricated composite film, and here we use different weight percent of filler and varying different weight percent of CNT to get different weight percent to different composite film, and here the structural property. This is the XRD pattern of zinc oxide nanorods, and this is the TEM images of zinc oxide nanorods, and here this is the FESM image of PVDF CNT composites, and this is the same image of zinc oxide nanorods, and this is CNT, and for this is CNT embedded composites, and here the structural property of PVDF composite system is described here, and this is XRD pattern of PVDF and PVDF based composite, and this is the FTR pattern of PVDF and PVDF composite, and here you show that the in a composite system there is a phase transformation. There is a phase transformation from alpha phase to beta phase, and here you also started the energy harvesting property of PVDF and PVDF composites, and the optimized composite system, that is 15 PZNT composite, exhibit maximum output voltage, and this output voltage, after rectifying this AC output voltage using a bridge rectifier circuit, almost 3 volt DC voltage is obtained, and this DC volt was used to capable of it to charge a 10 microfarad capacitor, and which was also used to eliminate 30 commercial LEDs.
Thank you. Now, Uttam, can you explain your work?
Sir, our main aim is to study the stability region of a pulse laser. So, by increasing the pump power, we found that the spectral shape suddenly changes, and in the temporal domain there is also a fluctuation. So, to study this, we have used a method what is called dispersive Fourier transform. When the traditional instrument speed of the traditional instrument falls short, then DFT can record the ultrashort events very precisely. By doing the DFT, we have found that the round trip to round trip spectral shape also changes, and it is breaking actually. So the conclusion is that with the pump power, we cannot increase the pump power infinitely. We have to be bound within a certain region of pump power to use a pulse laser.
Thank you, Uttam. Now, Amit, can you explain your work?
Commonly, capacitor is a base material is lead. So lead is a toxic material. That's why we remove the toxic lead-free material. This is a barium titanate. So barium titanate is a lead-free material. So using the barium titanate have a dielectric property. So it has a certain limit of dielectric value. So increase the dielectric value, we doping with zirconium and calcium on site. So when we dope the calcium zirconium in the barium titanate, so this forms a BCZT, and BCZT has a certain limit of dielectric constant. So we increase the dielectric constant, so tune the barium titanate, and using the barium calcium and zirconium is a proportional certain limit, and change the ratio, then we can use increase the dielectric constant. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Amit, can you explain your work?
Actually, I prepared a bismuth-doped photothermorefractive glasses, and the photothermorefractive glass means the aim is to create a periodic variation of refractive index in the glass matrix, and the applications are volume Bragg grating and holography. So what I did is, conventionally people use antimony for reduce the silver ions in the matrix to silver clusters and nanoparticles. So what I did, I replaced antimony with bismuth. So by exploiting the properties of autothermal reduction of bismuth ions at a higher melting temperature. So, so I got an enhanced spectra enhanced efficiency while using bismuth. Also, I can remove the coloration of pale yellow coloration of antimony doped glass. So this is about my work, and the application is the periodic variation of refractive index inside the glass matrix.
Thank you, Amir. So now we conclude our poster session here. So thank you.
the candidates of debate team can please sit in front of this portion, please. Yeah, I'm just.
This is the power button.
Okay, I'm just.
Just press it and
Okay.
it goes off.
Please be seated. Students, please be seated and quiet. Debate. The person who is in the debate, where are they? All of our. Okay. All the participants are here only, na? After the debate, the Damsharaj. The Damsharaj also sit in this corner only. Okay.
Hello? Hello? Sound us? Hello. Start. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tanya Chatterjee, moderator of this session. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this team debate of GLAMIX 2022. We all have some opinions, right, about any matters. It can be for the motion or against the motion. What we actually do is to exchange some good thoughts in the form of debate. So next 1 hour, hope we will have some enlightening session for all of us. So I first welcome the first group, the talking heads, and their members, Nirman Chakraborty, the captain, please come. Nilotpal Choudhury and Audrija Goswami. Now I welcome the opinionators group. Here, the Sharbostri Datto is captain, Shayan Chatterjee and Kumar Riddhiman Shahu are members. Please come. The rules are already shown in the PPT, but let me briefly explain it. I will call each of the captains for toss, and whoever wins will have the right to choose which part will take. He will go with the motion or against the motion. Now, first two members have 3 minutes of time to conclude their speech. After that, a 2 minutes break will be there for sum up or wrap up their thoughts or data and all that. After that, the left person from the against group will call first for the rebuttal session, following the 4 groups. Here, 4 minutes time will be given to each. Now, for every time a warning bell before 30 seconds will ring, after some final bell rings, everyone must stop there. Now, today's first topic. Today's first topic is artificial intelligence is dangerous. Now, is it favorable or not? Our research scholars will decide first. Everyone is ready? Okay. Two captains, Nirman and Sharbostri, please come for toss. And Shubhra will do the toss. Okay, the talking heads will go for the motion and the opinionators will go against the motion. Now, I will call the first member from the talking. Please come. Oh, the stick. Start. You have 3 minutes time.
Okay. I'm Lutpal Chaudhary and I would like to go for this topic, which is artificial intelligence is dangerous. So, to start this debate, I would like to assume one hypothetical situation where a machine learning will be at its peak and the artificial intelligence will learn from its mistakes again and again and again. So the socio-economical situation of our society will hampered by the artificial intelligence, where the artificial intelligence and machine learning will be the boss of the society and we will become the servant. So all of us know that if some company launches a product confining that the artificial intelligence is there, so the cost of making is very, very large. So of course the owner want to file a patent and the cost of the product will be high in market. So it won't be a day-to-day product for the common man in the street. So it will become a toy for the rich people in India. My second point is the artificial intelligence will eat the job of lower middle class family. If in India the backbone of our economic condition depends upon us, the day-to-day expenses what we do regularly is create the backbone of our economic condition. So if artificial intelligence will become a backbone of our economic condition, then which can work for 24/7 hours in an industry without any leave, without any health scheme, without any salary. So the people like us belongs to a middle class family, the jobs for us will be disappeared. And my third point is in 2022, all of us more or less addicted with social media like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and other apps in Android phone. So all of us are a little bit of aware that if we see or search something in Amazon or Facebook, Flipkart, so the very next day it appears in our search in Google. So actually, this company acquires our privacy.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, today they are actually hampering our privacy. Tomorrow it will actually change the policy of government of the government privacy policy, and the day after tomorrow it will become a godlike status in our society. So as a result, we can see it will the controlling body, what we should control that companies will become a controller in our side. So I would like to go for this point where the human supremacy should be there. Thank you.
Okay. The main point from his talk comes out that cost effective. Artificial intelligence is cost effective. So it's their turn now. Now defend, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and to the live audience. Now today we are speaking against the topic that is artificial intelligence is a boon for human lives. Now artificial intelligence is actually simulation of human intelligence within a machine to act and work like similar to humans. Now artificial intelligence is used nowadays mainly in the transportation sector, education sector, defense, as well as in consumer lives. All the facial recognition apps, the voice recognition apps like Siri, Alexa, all these have been developed using the artificial intelligence technology. Now, the personalized learning apps which are used in the education sectors by the students, these are all possible in reality due to this artificial intelligence technology. In the industries, the automation in the production lines, it will help to improve the work efficiency. Now, if human brain is being utilized in other processes rather than in the day-to-day laborious jobs, which can be substituted by using the robots, then the production efficiency as well as profit margins in industries will increase. Again, in the transportation sector, the inventory management, that is the forklifts and the trucks which are being handled by the human manpower, if they are being substituted by artificially intelligent, that is robots, then the more products can be easily packaged and applied for clearance within a shorter duration of time. As well as in the transportation sector, the logistics or the operational costs, maintenance costs, all will decrease. Then the salaries, all these are due to the artificial intelligence. And in case of for education sector also, another point is there. Now, due to this technology development, from one end of the, we are sitting here and we can connect to somebody in USA. Now, all this is within a fraction of a second. Now, how is this possible? This is all due to the development of these artificial intelligence technologies, software programmer, and also time saving is a major concern. And medical fields are also related.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay. Remaining money, I can continue.
Yeah.
Okay, then the artificial intelligence actually in the medical sectors, these are helping in the real-time data analysis. And also doctor-patient relationship, these are being enhanced. And within short duration of time, the surgical operations can be carried out and on-spot and with perfection and precision. So we are...
Okay. So we come to know artificial intelligence can decrease our time also. It's time efficient also. So send your next member. Just start.
Good afternoon. I'm Adrija Goswami and I'm going to speak for the motion that artificial intelligence is dangerous. So the eminent scientist Stephen Hawking once said that unless we learn how to prepare for and avoid the potential risks of AI, it could have the worst event it can be the worst event in the history of our civilization. So firstly, what we see is that the Amazon's recruitment engine, which is there, we see that it has a bias for the male candidates. This is because AI, it is basically the decision of it is based on the large amount of data that has been put into it. And for the last 10 years, Amazon's recruitment process has had a bias towards the male candidates. That is why this is executing such results, and in turn is propagating sexism. Secondly, what we see is that most of this research has been done by white males. And like recently this case happened that in case of Google Photos, identified an African American woman as a gorilla. So that is extremely sad, and it is actually propagating hatred. So racism and sexism are being propagated by AI. Next, what we see is that the deep fakes. It is another area for which AI is responsible. So deepfakes are basically synthetic media in which a person in an existing image or video is replaced according to someone else's liking. So what happens is that with the help of this, fake video and fake news can be easily made, and this can have severe repercussions, like in case of political scenario, like an opposing party can spread some fake news about its opponent with the help of this. And therefore, moreover, the privacy of an individual is also greatly compromised because of this. Next, what we see is that moreover, weapon automation is another field in which AIs can be proved to be extremely dangerous, because there can be a huge possibility of uncontrolled mass destruction, and with the help of it, like even nuclear weapons can be stimulated, and nuclear warfare can start eradicating like the human race completely. Next, what we see is that, lastly, if the computers can effectively reprogram themselves and successfully improve themselves, so this can lead to this thing called as the technological singularity or the technological explosion. And there is this risk of the machines outwitting the human race completely, and there can be a battle for resources and self-preservation. Thank you.
Okay, so privacy is a myth. That is the main point. I welcome the next person from the
I am Kumar Ridwan Sahu. I would like to inform about the artificial intelligence is not dangerous. In case of data accumulation, we can easily accumulate the data from the fraction of second. But in case of the space technology and automated missile guidance, we can easily guide it in perfectly and accurately in a target in our target, and we can if work efficiency. In case of work efficiency, we can manage the time. That's all.
Do you want to conclude?
I'm continue. Now workforce management, then
But
time
it's not
management.
allowed. It's not allowed. Let him to conclude. This concluded?
No.
Okay. So it's time for a 2 minutes break to wrap up their thoughts and for rebuttal ceremony. Okay. Actually, we know AI is not a robot with human characteristics. AI is vast. From Siri, from Alexa to some point weapons to standardized machines like Fortune. But I don't know if AI is needed, then there is a negative point of it. But I'm not here to debate. I just want to remember one quote from the movie Powder. I fear the day that technology will surpass our human interaction. The world will have a generation of idiots. So let's see how they will rebuttal their session, and not to disturb them, give them the 2 minutes, please. Okay, now I think Shayan is left, so
Yeah.
start your rebuttal.
Hello everyone, myself Shayan Chatterjee. So, first of all, I want to congratulate you both. Well said, and it was informative. But my point is that I'm saying artificial intelligence is not practically dangerous. I'm saying once again, artificial intelligence is not dangerous. How can I say it is dangerous? Have you ever heard about exoskeleton technology? Anyone? It's very tough. Good. That is known as a recent film launch named Attack by John Abraham. There, he has some paralysis problem, and a scientist, their RDO scientist, Saba, he implemented an artificial intelligence in her bone so that he can grow up and work as a super soldier. Now it's up to us how we implement our technology in a good thing or in a bad thing. Artificial intelligence is not bad. It is any technology. It is completely in our hand how we are going to implement these technologies and how we are adapting these technologies. First point. Second point is, Nilotpalda said that leave the job. I want to put light on some previous data that भाई हम सबने तो कूली को देखा है ना, कूली भाइयों को. तो जब ट्रॉली के नीचे चाका नहीं था, उसको जब बोलते हैं तो उसको तो हम लोग वहां पे तो वो तो दिमाग में लेके घूमते थे. जब चाका नहीं लिया तो उनका तो जॉब गया पूरा एकदम. तो हमने वैसे भी उसका मार्केट खा लिया, राइट? सो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कभी भी जॉब नहीं खा सकता. कंप्यूटर जब पहले आया था तो बहुत लोगों का नौकरी चला गया था, लेकिन जब वो सीखने लगे तो वो नौकरी गया नहीं, नौकरी को लाया है. सो दिस इज द पॉइंट आई वांट टू मेंशन अगेन एंड अगेन. पहले तो डिफर तो करेगा ही, जब जहां पे था वहां से डिफर करेगा, बट आफ्टर दैट इट विल ग्रो राइज. नंबर 2. नंबर 3 इज दैट weapon, modern day weapon. Artificial intelligence, that is AI, can be used in a weapon technologies also by acquiring the perfect radius, by acquiring the exact position of the location. Machine learning is known as artificial intelligence, is a subpart of AI, and the subpart of deep learning is a subpart of machine learning. Now I come to the great point of robotics. There's something laws. 3 laws are there in robotics. Number 1, robot may not injure a human being. Number 2, robot must obey the orders of the human being. Point to be noted, this part, without conflicting the first law. And the third part is that a robot must protect its existence without conflicting the first and second law. These laws are not created by me. I am not talented at like that. This is created by Sir Isaac Asimov. And we all know the world's first robot is known as Frankenstein. And the first AI robot is Sophia. Quite good robot, that was. But my question is that, not question, my statement is that a robot may not injure human being. This can be programmed in artificial intelligence. We are all seen that the film Robot, and there is something neural schema. So the programming is in our hand. If we program properly, then
this small auditorium, but it is for 150 crore Indians, okay, who do not have the basic, if I'm talking about India, I'm not looking at the global picture because I'm looking at a small region. What will happen to those villages, to those towns, to those cities, and to those remote places where they don't even have heard few of your terms that you are telling? So you are in an advantageous position that you are taking, you can say, pride of, or you are boasting of, but the rest are not. So next point is what Sharbaswati said, that facial recognition apps, Alexa. How many of you remember songs Lullaby by Alexa? I remember songs by my grandfather, by my grandmother. I remember them whenever I'm sad, I cherish them. I don't remember songs by Google or something, somebody. Next, she said, automation in production. So my issue is that, and also Shayan said that when the jobs went, also the new jobs came. They learned computers and all. I myself think, I am from a middle class family. My father could purchase a computer in class 9. Okay. So till that, we used to struggle a lot. And I used to see how the farmers, how these people, etc., they used to lose jobs from factories and all, since they did not know computers. And 5 or 6 of them were replaced by one person who knew a computer. So do you judge that? Have you seen how their families went? Next, what Sharbaswati again said, that artificial intelligence in medical sectors, doctor-patient relationships. Yeah. So I think we all see a lot of cinemas, Netflix, and etc. We all are moved by emotions, and sometimes people have cancer, they have diseases. A robot will say, if a robot is treating you instead of a doctor, and he finds that your tumor is carcinogenic, he will say you will die, you will have cancer. But a doctor will probably give you at least some hope. No, you see, it will happen. These kind of things are there. This assurance is there. And sometimes these assurances work much, much better than what your automated system will do. And my last point, what you were telling about that in AI in medical sectors, I think we all have read the book, no, that Shajarur Kata in yeah. So there, that man, I forgot the name, he was dextrocardiac, means his heart was on the right side. Now, you can operate or you can program what you said. rationally program a robot to have the idea. So robot, you will program what? It will have a heart in the left side. What if the person has a heart on the right side? What will the robot do in that position? He will cut on the left and he will find nothing. No, the person doesn't have a heart. This person should be dead. Okay. So what will happen? My next point is what Sarvaswati said. Trucks will be run by robots. More products can be packaged. There are so many truck drivers in the whole of India. These truck drivers, 30 seconds, yeah? There are so many truck drivers in the whole of India. These truck drivers not only feed their families, but there are so many dhabas, so many other things, and they contribute towards the country's economy and everything. So in conclusion, what I say is, the word dangerous should be reassessed. Human brain should be given most priority. When it is needed, you can avail the usage of artificial intelligence, but we should not make it dominate every sector of that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Our research scholars' proposition is always noteworthy, right? On any burning issue, because we always research, we always do any literature survey on anything. Thank you. Here we won't we won't allow any. It's a debate. We won't allow any winner or defeater. So আমরা সবাই রাজা এখানে. So let's move. And round of applause for everyone. So without wasting time, I am going to the second topic, and that is social media brings more harm than good. Whether it's good or bad, I will transfer the topic to two groups and welcome them. The first, the word warriors, Ganga, the captain, and Obhijit Dash and Partho Shurati Kongar. Next, the group is debateanators. Shubhajit Mojumdar is captain, Saurabh Das Chaudhuri and Koel Dev. Shubhranil, come for toss. Okay, I will call two captains, Ganga and Shubhajit, for toss. Okay, the debateanators will go for the motion and the word warriors are against the motion. So everyone ready? Everyone comfortable? The debateanators, please start.
Hello. Hello, I am Koel Dev. Hello, I am Koel Dev. I will go for the motion, and here the topic is social media do more harm than good. So I will say that all of us knows that social media like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, TikTok, all are designed specifically for the so that we can it increase the dopamine secretion. So it is specially designed for that. And that's why it is actually taking our precious time and our energy. So that is a huge amount of energy loss, which without any return. And so our youth is communicate nowadays become very biased on what the comment they are getting, what they are sharing, like they are getting from the Instagram or Facebook. So they are behaving in such a way which is not their what they supposed to do in a free environment, not biased by the social media. So they are they there is from where social media is something from where they do not get any accountable suggestion or any accountable discussion, that they will they will take it for their good, or they will take it for for their betterment, but they are just getting some likes, comment out of whatever. It is not a reliable platform, social media, first of all. Then so how can someone conduct their behavior with this bias? So social media is also not an organized sector, and so it is so many people are spreading false alarm. We are just society informations are not right, and we are not authenticated, not reliable, not
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, so social media nowadays, what should I say? Social media is nobody is making social media a platform for a good discussion. So in that place, I think we have to rely on Zuckerberg or someone like that in the IT sector who will make the social media good, but in future, but not here in recent time. It is not a good platform to share and showcase, our life.
Okay, the point is Koel is not trusting social media. Right. Okay, now it's the word warrior's turn.
If we were in 1990s, we would be standing behind the hazy screens and discussing how cable TV would do more harm than good. If we were in 1960s, then how TV would be affecting us, like how harm the TV would be doing, how it would be more harmful than doing good. And if we were in 30s, we would be discussing about radio. Every single time technology has tried to revolutionize our life, we have always tried to discuss more on the harmful side rather than on the good side. Why is it so? It's a question that we should always think. It's true that every coin has two sides. And every aspect, whichever we consider, will have two sides. It will do good and do harm. But why should we specify that it will be doing more harm than good? That's a question that we should always be thinking about. Think of the maybe around 10-15 years back. For communication, we'd be writing letters. We have to write letters, we have to get the stamp, go to post office, post it, and the person on the other end will be getting it after a few days, and then they'll have to write replies, and it takes time. But now, social media has eased our lives. If we want to communicate something to someone, it's right at the end of our tip. We can take phone, just text them. And even before, like in case of emergencies, we used to send telegraphs. Even that took time. But now, my point is that the speed of communication has increased, thousands of folds. According to a survey, around 4.62 billion people are using social medias all across the globe, and this data shows that almost 424 billion people have started using it in the past 12 months. So the past 12 months means it was the time during the COVID, and we all have seen how COVID has impacted our lives. We all were sitting at home, and the students especially were not having any means to communicate. And the classes were held online through online platform. We all know that how it has revolutionized our lives. And another point that I would like to put forward is that how it has given us a platform to voice our opinions. Before, the right for expression was limited to certain people, like, for example, in case of TV debates held on TV, only certain people could participate. But now, on social media, people can have mass discussion.
Conclude.
Thank you. So I would like to conclude by saying that with the revolutionizing movements like Black Lives Matter and the hashtags like Me Too, that all have given us opportunity to express our points. So I feel that social media doesn't do that much harm as we talk about. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ganga. Actually, we should accept the changes. We are very much hesitant to that. So next for debaters.
Hello, I'm Shubhajit. My fellow debater already mentioned some of the points. That social media is creating some problems in our daily life. I just want to elaborate some of the points he already mentioned. So I think that Google is just a place where you can search something or see our friends what is doing. But there is some set of engineers actually following us, following our minds, and they are basically using our psychology against us. So anytime now this become a very regular practice that whatever is happening in our daily life, we just click the photos and maybe we just make some reels and we just put it on the Facebook page or on WhatsApp. And as a result of it, we just always very much anxious. What are people commenting on those posts? Or how much likes I get on those posts? How much love react I get on those posts? And the whole thing is that the life has become virtual. So our emotion is very much dominated by virtual means. So maybe through those likes and those comments, maybe there is no reality presence, but they are actually controlling our emotions. And all of those certainly leads to another section, that is concentration problem. So nowadays what's happening, the people are much addicted to the smartphone. So certainly we are working in a very important work, and suddenly my phone rang and I got a message. And at that moment I just put aside my work and just start to see what messages come, what people comment on my pages. So this creating a concentrational problem, so the lack of concentration. A recent study on psychology saying that if a person doing a work with full of concentration, and we always waste our times on those things on the social media, that's basically creating a generation whose concentration is not up at the standard, and it's basically decreasing concentrational problem.
You want to conclude? Okay. So Subhajit's concentration is lacking, right? Okay, so the 2 minutes break starts now. Social media becomes an integral part of our life. Sorry, so sorry. It's the word warriors part. Next.
Okay, I'm Avjeet. So I think that social media has really an escalating and it has bring a positive impact in the lives of students, especially the youth ones. Okay. First point that I would like to mention is that students can get easy access to video lectures, online classes, and they can also form groups for group study. They can share notes. First point. Second point is that it builds up professional connection through social networking sites like LinkedIn. Develops the new business minds who wants to do business online. This is the three important points that I wanted to mention.
He quickly finishes. So it's time for 2 minutes break to wrap up your thoughts. Starts. Okay. Social media is an integral part of our life, as we say before, that it's not a communication. It's maybe a stage for some performers. But one thing I found from Joy Bears, that focus on how to be social, not on how to do social. So let's wait for their rebuttal session.